think we're live. So I need to get the link and post it around. Just test it to make sure it works. Put on the music as well. Yep. So I guess I don't really know how many people will be willing to watch a live stream at noon in the morning, so I'll just probably start, I guess. I don't even know. It seems like at least some people are joining, but so hopefully my microphone is not. Because I need to no weird place because I needed to draw something. Some people are here. We'll go message around as well. Yeah, some people are joining, so that's good. I have no idea what people like do on a noon in the weekend, but just wait a tiny bit. Oh, I guess I can wait until the title screen, the soundtrack goes away. Let's go put this on repeat. Okay. So obviously I am just doing a live stream to model a character live just so people can like see all of the the process that goes into it, like not even just from like a curated like beginner tutorial, more like a my actual process and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm going to go through pretty much everything in the process of modeling Hat Kid from Hat in Time. So that probably should be easy enough to do on stream. So I'm also going to go through like everything. So the first thing we're going to do is actually start with a reference image. So I'm going to actually create a reference for her, even though I probably wouldn't do this myself because it feels like it's pretty. I could probably easily get a lot of these shapes down myself, but just for the sake of showing off the process, I might as well. So yeah, basically this is Paint Tool Side 2, which doesn't really matter that much because you can easily create a reference file in anything, and the Paint Tool Side is pretty like simple overall, so it doesn't really have that much that other programs would have or wouldn't have, whichever makes sense. Okay, I basically have all the references already set up, so I can basically get just straight to the modeling itself, or not the modeling, the reference drawing. So yeah, I have the in-game screenshot, the official artwork, and my own little like older sketch of her that I made like a while ago. So yeah, that should be enough. And I'm going to probably keep these in the actual image themselves, just because I always want to like reference back to them, just kind of balance off my own style with whatever is actually like canon with the character. So just be nice to have around. So let's get into it. So for at least Paint Tool Side, you always want to have a symmetry kind of tool to like do a reference. So over here is where like the weird way you do a symmetry thing, where you just have you put a line in the file and just kind of like put it somewhere, and just gives like a mirror point. So it's easily draw on top of it. So probably just gonna mostly recreate my older sketch. So I'm gonna try to duplicate that. I'm just bring it over here and resize it to be like an easy kind of starting point, so we don't have to like eyeball it all from the side. So get started. It's probably too thick. A lot easier when you have actual like skills as a 2D artist as well, going into 3D, making your own references and stuff. But at least it never hurts to just try and make a reference of your own. So, just gonna try and block out all of the head a bit bigger. Yeah, I definitely use Paint Tool Side for like pretty much all of like my art career, pretty much. And this is like the second version, which is like still in the works, I think. So I just kind of like got used to all of its processes, so I can't really do anything else with it, or do anything. Or I can use Krita at least, because Krita is like I was able to like kind of set up all of the like the shortcuts and stuff to make it pretty much the same. But yeah, I still use Paint Tool Side for most things. Throw some really far down. That's her. She's got really tiny legs and short arms. Let's do like this. Yeah, I have no idea when this version is going to be like fully complete, but at least it's fun to like know that it's going to get updates. It's like getting updates like a video game is getting updates, but it's your art program that you've been using for years. Let's see. One thing I kind of want to harp on with the references is that you kind of don't really want to be too precious about it, because you're just going to waste time. Of how hard it is to kind of like truly like recreate something for like a 3D program, and like you can't like fully like get all the like the fundamentals perfect enough to like actually like make everything, you know, match in 3D space. So you just kind of gotta like just draw your character pretty much as you want, like as you normally do, and then just, you know, wing it when you get to the actual modeling process, because you're not gonna get it perfect, so you might as well just make it look good in 3D instead of trying to make it look good in 2D, and then just forcing yourself to do exactly as you need to. Someone asking in chat for the reference image. It should always be a full image showing a character from, or angles. It should. I'm going to. I mean, it always makes like. It's always good to have like as many angles as possible, but really, I'm only going to do like a front angle like this, which is the T pose or A pose, just like there. And then I'm going to do like a side pose where I just have her on the side, just like this, and then that should be all I really need. Because I'm not going to really like use this too much. But yeah, you just need to like, yeah, it's nice to have like two, like the front and a side view at least. Maybe if your character has like a lot of detail in the back that you really need to care about, then you make a back image. But in this case, you can obviously tell that pretty much nothing is really there. I just need to worry about the bow tie or the ponytail and the cape, but I can just kind of wing that myself. Let's actually do her face because it's more fun. Need to like figure out. I made her eyes like much more pointy in my drawing, and her eyes are pretty round in the official one, so I'll just kind of do something. I feel like the eyes and the face are the one part of the reference that is super hard to replicate in 3D. You always have to do something different. I always feel like my reference is always like a little bit off compared to how I draw the character normally. Just put our eyes down a bit. Or ears. Her ears are like really below her eyes. Or maybe that's because her head is facing up, but whatever. I just feel like I should always make her eyes a little bit smaller than I think they should. Not too far down. One thing I hate about paint tool size symmetry like thing is that you can't really like, select a thing on one side and like make it mirror to the other side. I don't really know if that's like a common thing in other programs, but it is like really annoying when you actually want to like move things around in the program. That should be good. Make her head even skinnier. A button nose. It's also going to be very changed. Yeah. Gotta turn this button up on the top here to go against the symmetry. Definitely. The mouth is definitely like whiter, but it doesn't really matter. I say to make her reference not really that important, but it's hard to just not make it look good in the first place. I kind of drew her like torso as if it's like her dress, but even though it's like still her torso at this point. Like, sometimes you get in your own head too much. But it's kind of shorter. I don't know whether I'm gonna make it longer or shorter in the final version. Let's try and like go against everything I drew before and just kind of make it what I want. It's gonna be like some sort of fold in the front of the dress, but whatever. I feel like I'm still gonna forgot too much of the. I mean, everything is going to look more boring when you're just like doing it very symmetrically. It's like here I could make the curve of the dress. If it doesn't have those like tall boots as this, but they look better, so I don't know. Yeah, someone's asking in chat about the VOD. On YouTube, all live streams are kind of like saved as VODs automatically, so you can always just check on them after the stream. They should be up, like on my channel, there's like a tab that says like live, and then you just go there and see all my live streams, like even the ones from like years ago, so you can go back and watch this easily. So yeah, some definitely glad to see everyone in chat, or like some people in chat at least, complimenting all the tutorials, which is nice to hear that the work isn't like being wasted. Even though obviously you can see there's like tens of thousands of views. It's like I'm glad that people are really getting use out of it. I'm just gonna keep making a couple of them after I'm done with like this stuff. I really don't like her torso being that like long, looks like a ferret or something. It's just like, it's going to look bad in the reference, just deal with it until you get to 3D. Actually, someone's asking what methods I'm going to use for the face. I'm actually planning on making multiple heads for her. Because for one, like her, you know, actual like in-game face is 2D, so I'm gonna try and make a 2D face as well. But I am planning on making a normal face where it's like fully modeled out. So yeah, there'll be multiple things. I'm not really sure whether I'm gonna use a Boolean mouth for the actual mouth, because obviously her character's like super like, cartoony, so that would really work. But I'm gonna like try and make a normal mouth, like actually modeled out, just see if it works. And if it doesn't work, then I'll use a Boolean mouth. But I can just figure that out later. Actually, what I probably need to do is do her hair, because that's probably like a major part of her character that my brain wants to see but isn't seeing. I think one important part about a character is to get a lot of their iconic parts, make them like feel better to look at. So her hair is also much longer than that. I could probably go longer. That's a start. Also, when I'm doing a reference, I want to keep like the parts behind other parts, because otherwise it'll like, because like you're not really drawing this like an actual character, you're drawing it as a reference, so you need to know where every part is. So yeah, I'll just kind of leave the ears there. Get her hair in. So like kind of definitely the hair is always one part that's going to be a lot to deal with. I'm also going to leave parts of her head in, but I also kind of like erase them just a little bit so I can still see where the head is, but I don't like what part of the design, and I sort of erase part of the ears as well. Yeah, the Boolean mouth can be a lot of like mess with. So yeah, I am making the next tutorial I'm going to make, which I already have like the script for and like the idea planned out for, is going to be about like a fuller video about the Boolean mouth. So hopefully any issues that you could be having will be solved in that video, because it definitely seems like a lot of people are like using it and also like not really getting the optimal like effect out of it. So I definitely want to help people with that, and because I feel like a lot of people could get a lot of use out of it, since it basically like eliminates your need for a like topology in the face, which I feel like a lot of beginners could really use. So yeah, that'll be the next thing on the chopping block after I'm done with this, because this is like a checklist of things in my mind that are happening, and this live stream is one of those things that I'm gonna have to check off the list. And now that I'm seeing all of her characteristics together, it's definitely looking a lot better. Let's get at least a little bit of her hat in. So maybe like a giant hat, because I probably don't want to make it too curved. That's probably good enough. Yeah, I feel works out. I make her cheeks go in a little bit more. It's her in-game version. I gotta use the full pencil for eyelashes. I just have to draw big eyelashes. Shine, and now she's instantly become a character. And then her eyebrows are just kind of like lines. No, that's not. I think there are probably lines on the art, but whatever. That's probably good enough. All you really need. That's good enough. I need to boost up my chair. And now I need to reset this face. Probably knocked out my microphone a bit there. I shouldn't be able to rest my arms. So I either have to rest my arms or my neck. The life of an artist. Just instinctively draw on the asymmetrical parts, thinking it'll all work out, but whatever. Okay, now that she has her hat and her hair and her like eyes and stuff, that's like an instant like improving the impression of the drawing, so I can do the rest of it. It's weird because like her. The sole of her boots are like dark in her official art, but they're much lighter in the game. It also has like a little, yeah, it's just funny how her design is so different in different places, but I'll just wing it, see whatever I like in the end. So I pick her. Yeah, for the hands, like, I don't really do anything for the hands because there's so much that you have to do in 3D for the hands, and like that is too long. It's like a monkey a little bit. Oh yeah, of course it doesn't transfer over, but I can probably just trace over it. Just that there. Get rid of that, and then just trace it over to get it back over. So yeah, just do that much for the hand because I'll have to do the rest of it. Someone asked how much a single model takes. It definitely like varies like a ton obviously, because a lot of characters are like varied. Like I remember doing a video, a recording of Hornet from Hollow Knight, and it took like 6 hours to like from start to finish, which is like really short. And I hope Hat Kid will be that short as well, because I'll make it really easy. But yeah, it can be like short, it can be long, so this will be like another data point to use for how long a model takes. Giant sleeves out. That's probably too big. It needs to be like something like this. But I don't want this part to kind of like fan out on top of the hand. I'll be able to like kind of make that in 3D, which will be like a contentious point to think about. If someone's asking about game engines, which makes me have to reiterate every time that I do not know. Oh, you're spamming it as well. I do not know anything about game engines. Even though this is a game character I'm drawing and modeling, I'm not going to model this for a game engine. I'm just going to model it for the sake of Blender animation itself. So I do not know anything about game animation. So just go to someone else for that. Maybe one day I'll try and make a game of some kind, but Definitely not right now. Just do a cape pretty much. Start with a little pin in the middle. Do a cape. I guess, how far did I put it down for the... What was I? This part of the cape. That's probably good enough. Objects like this, where like it kind of like fans over the shoulders like that, like an off-shoulder sweater or something like that. That's kind of the reason why I like doing A poses in general, because a lot of my characters had like a off-shoulder kind of like sweater like this. So it's like way easier to like model and rig an object like this if it's like the arms like down a little bit. Because otherwise it'd be like all the way up here, and then you have to like scrunch it down for when the arms move down. But it's like, it can obviously still work like that. It's much more annoying. Let's draw a full cape out. And I guess it kind of like, you have to think about this in 3D, so you just kind of like draw like the cowl part of the cape like right here, but then you have to realize, oh, this is like where it kind of drapes down from here. But then you kind of want to draw the cape like this, where it kind of fans in a little bit, but then it doesn't actually like work like that because of how the cape works. Although I did see, for some reason, her like 2D art has this like weird little notch here, which I don't really get, but yeah, whatever. I have to just wing it in 3D as usual. And I guess it's down. I go down pretty far, I guess. Let's go down like right here. Make it curled, point outwards like this. Yeah, I'm definitely glad it looks good now. I always worry that it's not going to look good, even though it doesn't really have to look good. So yeah, now I have to do the big geometric shape, which it's always more fun to do like big geometric shapes like this in Blender than in 2D art, because it's really annoying to have to get like perspective right, but it'll be super easy in Blender itself. So let's put the zipper up there. It's probably important to get the shape of this thingy. It is kind of like offset in the, doesn't really matter. Just have to think about things to look for. And then just like the zipper is actually going down here a little bit. So I feel like someone's asking me about whether to go to A pose or whatever. It's all, like, the thing about A poses and T poses is that they're not really that much different. Like, it just kind of like yeah, just, I think I saw a video that was kind of like describing it like T poses are for like more like actiony characters. So like if your characters like kind of expect to do like more actiony poses where like their arms are like very like going up while they're like jumping or whatever, then like maybe you'd want to do a T pose, because that's kind of like it's easier to go from like a T pose to like up pose. But it doesn't really like matter that much, because you can really fix anything with like weights and rigging and stuff, so it doesn't really matter. But I always go to A poses anyway, so it just depends. So yeah, I can pretty much start at the side image. But someone's asking if I want to do a series like I'm fixing your models type of thing, like I guess like a live kind of like, I could definitely do like any kind of like art criticism stream. if I mean, obviously the point about that is enough people would actually have to be there to do it in the first place, or else I'd just be like talking to myself, like with like one model or whatever. But yeah, I definitely could do that if people really want it. But yeah, I'd have to like accumulate like a ton of models and stuff to use for the stream, or even doing like with art pieces as well. 'Cause I don't think I'm like the most perfect like 2D artist ever, but I feel like I could at least help people out, get some like pointers. But it's definitely a lot of things like with like backgrounds and stuff that I just don't really know enough about to really help you with, but definitely at least try. And of course, you could always just post on my server the criticism channels for artistic criticism as opposed to like the technical help side of things. So if you want that sort of thing like just immediately, then I could just go there and if I have something to say, I'll say it. But yeah. So yeah, I think this is good. Let have her good proportions of some residue over here. The sketch I made. So Locks is here. Making a tutorial on hands. I don't really. I mean, the thing about hands is that they're just really annoying, and I mean, I feel like with like hands like Pomni and Jax's, like you're saying, it's like it's not really that much different than how I did the tutorial and the main character tutorial, because it's just very simple hands. Whereas like with her hands, I'm gonna try and show you. I'm not gonna actually recreate the hands or like recreate my ideal hands. I'm just gonna reuse the model that I use for all of my characters. But I am gonna at least show how it was made, and it's not like the thing I showed in the tutorial was like a good start no matter what. So yeah, just have to like edit a few things. Like the thumb is the main thing that's different because it has like a lot of like weird like anatomy to it. But yeah. What's it doing? Expand the canvas. So I just put her over here. I don't really need the symmetry thing anymore, but just kind of I like select both of these and just move them. Yeah. Put it over there, and I can just put the side image there. I definitely need the turn this off. But yeah, the thing about 4 fingers instead of 5 fingers is that it's actually kind of easier, just because you don't really have to like cross the gap as much. Where like if you have like, you know, it's 3 fingers at the end, which is really all that matters. So it'd be like there's one in the middle here, and there's just like less geometry to like kind of transfer down the length of the hand. So it's, in my mind, it's easier. You just need to follow the same like process that I did, where I kind of like created like the loop here and then kind of extend that up, which reduces the geometry. But yeah, it's like, yeah, just need to. Yeah, that's kind of just, hands are inherently pretty hard. Just need to kind of like keep going at them. Just need to get started on the side image so I can actually get started on the modeling itself. Oh yeah, this is the part where I can reiterate that you shouldn't really care too much about making the image like perfectly, like fundamentally like perfect from both sides. You really just need to like kind of do it pretty close, and then just kind of do whatever you can in the. Normally, I think people would kind of like, you know, draw across the plane like this, where you like you use this thing up here where I could just like draw like a straight line across the entire thing to like say, like, oh, this is where her chin is, this is where like the bottom of her ear is, and the top of her ear, and the top of her head, and stuff like that. But I do not care that much because I am going to edit a lot of this in 3D anyway. So you might as well just kind of get as close as you can. I guess that's probably shorter than that. Someone's asking if I make a song and a hat kid, which if you mean like a histrionic style thing, then definitely not. I have no idea of what song I could possibly use with her in like that kind of a sense, but yeah, this is going to be just for like a tutorial kind of purpose, really. I'm probably gonna put her on Gumroad when I'm done with her, if I feel like it went good enough. But yeah, so I guess if you really want to make a song out of her, then you could definitely use the model. So move this here now, and then I never knew this part of the OST was this long. That just kind of ended after the first part. Just kind of suppose because I'm definitely not going to really use this part as a, which is probably way too thick. And then I guess part of the anatomy is like knowing where her like arm is going to be placed, but it's not really that big of a deal. Like, I guess her neck is like way thinner than that. It's getting very rough with this. And of course her boots are going to be something to care about later. I'm just gonna make it a very basic sole like this. At least make the front of the foot very, just gotta make it a little bit closer to the the first part. It's probably too far back. You think if your like body's going straight down, overlap there. I guess go back with the cape. I was like drawing this kind of part where it like fans down a bit. And just like a bunch of stuff like right here that I feel like is going to be much easier to replicate in 3D. So don't even bother. Remember this is like, and that's pretty close. This part just needs to be very deep, far down. And this part goes all the way down and it'll go across like that and then go there. But and for her hair, it's going to be very far down. It's going to be like blocking a lot of stuff right there. It's really the main thing I just need to care about with the side part is just where her ponytail is. Just need to make sure her hair like kind of actually flows into the ponytail. Like it needs to flow in like this instead of like being like you kind of expect to go like down normally, but because this is how hair works. And how big did it make the ponytail even? Pretty big. A pretty big like ponytail in all cases. So put a little notch there because here's like going over like this, which is gonna be enough to replicate it. Just put it over like this, I guess. I'm just getting a lot of questions. Someone asking if I'm going to sell the Hat Kid model, which I am probably. If I mean, I'm pretty sure it'll be good enough to sell on Gumroad. I'm pretty sure people want to see the model itself after the stream is done in the first place. I'll probably put it on Gumroad for sure, or probably for sure. Yeah, I probably will. This is not where the hat would actually sit. And if someone asking if I have plans on streaming more often, which I really only have like plans to stream as much as like people like have like want for me to like want to see me stream, because like I'm probably not gonna be streaming that much if I only get like 10 viewers per stream. But of course now we have like 40 viewers, which is like probably the best stream I've ever had, of course. So if people really want to see me stream, then I'll stream, but I have no idea what people want, so it's probably very flat and boring. Yeah, that hat is like such a simple shape that I don't really think I need to care about that at all in the reference. I just do whatever I want with it in the 3D version. So I feel like I don't really need it anymore. I'll say I do not, because of waffling here. Get to the real stuff. So yeah, now I have, this will be a good image to have. The feet are at least close enough, but it doesn't really matter because I'm going to adjust them in the Blender itself as well. So, yep, I'll just save it. And of course, you can't see this. I cannot show some of the stuff in my files. I also need to reduce the resolution. I always want to reduce the resolution because it's like 5,000 pixels wide here right now. References. So I can save it the full res still. I'm pretty sure there's a way to like export it separately than that, but whatever. Now put this away. Get set up for Blender. So we can put this over here now. All this stuff over here. So now it's Blender time. Just one guy. Now I can go to Blender. So, gotta explain a lot of stuff here. So basically, this is actually, one thing I would definitely recommend is to not start from zero with all your characters. Like, this model I have right here is like a base model that I keep on, like, I literally have this on my saved, my default saved file. So whenever I make a new file, you know, actually, this is like the model that's in this scene, and I have like the scene set up with all my stuff, like all the floor and the background and the lights and stuff. So since I know that I always want to use this stuff, I always keep them in this file. And if you're curious, you can actually save a default file by going up here to File, and then Defaults, and then Save Startup File. And it'll ask you to save that and overwrite that. And then now whenever you go to New General, it'll automatically be exactly what you had before. So that's really nice. So you can always just, like, I have this base file as like a very simple base mesh to just like kind of move these parts around and fit them to the reference of the character. So yeah, let's take a sip. So someone is asking in the chat, I'm not going to go like full tutorial mode with this, where I'm not going to explain everything I'm doing. Like I have the screencast keys down here, so if you ever see me like, you know, making any kind of action, you can see exactly what I'm pressing as I'm pressing it. So, but I am going to only explain like most things. So yeah, I'm not going to explain like everything. I'm just going to go very generally and explain like a couple of things that I kind of do, but I'm not going to like go through every action that I'm making. But I am at least going to delete this model because it has a lot of stuff set up already. Like I literally just made this model like I had an earlier version of this model, but I made this version like a little bit ago as like an updated version. There's a lot of stuff like the hair bits that I'm gonna really want, but I'm just gonna delete them because I'll at least show the full process. So Need to bring up the file, and as usual, you can just drag it right into the thing. Gotta double check that I am always not showing this stuff. So I have the image file just over here. Where is it? Oh, it's right there. I don't know why I was just messing with it. So just drag it in, and then it's right there. I just gotta move this into place. Oh yeah, I also have my file set up here. Like I have a front image and a back image, so I can just go here and open up the file itself, and the references. And it's already like set up, it even has the opacity correct. But of course, I'm going to try and do a lot of things from scratch just to show them off. So this is going to be the front. So you need to make sure, yeah, it's not rotated correctly. So you just go over here and these to 0 and this 90 to flatten it out. Oh yeah, I should have kept. I feel like this is close enough. I should have kept the base character for like a size reference, because obviously Cat Kid needs to be pretty tiny. If I just take that from. Actually, can I even take it from the? No, I can't. I was trying to take it from the previously saved version of the file. Cannot do that. No, whatever. Just eyeball it. So what was I going to do? Yeah, for one thing, opacity is right here. Turn that to like 0.1 because you don't really need it that much, and move it in front of everything. And then one thing I like doing is that I don't like having the perspective view here, like where it's a bit visible in this view, because it's kind of useless. So I just turn that off, and then it only appears in orthographic view. And I just have to line up with the middle point of this whole scene. So I just get it like close. So this line right here is like in the middle of the image. So that's probably good enough. Just need to be perfect. And then of course the feet are on the ground right here. And then even though the middle point is right there, you go to switch this part to 3D cursor. And since the 3D cursor is in the middle of the scene, you can use this to kind of like just size it down like this. And this will probably be good enough. It's probably actually too small. Cause like, it's not like that small, at least compared to like the Mafia people. Yeah, I'm gonna, let's see, I do really want to bring over the model. I'll just bring it over for a second. Object and base. Yeah, so this is it. Yeah, that's probably good enough. And now for the side view, I just duplicate and rotate it, and then I can hold control to go on increments. So now it's perfectly rotated 90 degrees without any effort. And then I can just put this in the middle. I feel like her head could have been a little bit far back, but whatever. I'm just gonna space all this stuff out. So now I can begin the actual character. Of course, here I can change this to Hat Kid, and of course change its color to purple, because that's obviously you need to make it purple. So now I can start. And of course, as I'll always keep saying, that if you want all this like background stuff that I have for my characters, you can just download it on my Gumroad for free, because I'll just have it there, all that stuff there. So yeah, you start the blocking out phase. I guess someone's asking if, like, why do I have a base if all the different models need something different? This is actually not a base for like using the model itself. This is actually a thing I'm going to use for just like kind of making the general shape of a character, and then I'm going to build the real model on top of it. So for Hat Kid, I'm going to start from scratch, and I'm going to add not a plane, cube. So I'm going to go through the blocking out process that I normally do. Get off of that. I scale right away so nothing messes up. Do not want to scale in object mode. So I'm going to kind of create the general shape of her using like blocks and stuff, and then I'm going to actually build a full model on top of that. also, you can press Control 2 to instantly add that thing and apply it. So now I have a bunch of geometry to use, real. And V to split that, L to select that, delete that. Now I can mirror it. And put it like generally in the shape of her head, so kind of like that. And then I can pull this down. I can pull this in the same position for her. Yeah, someone's asking another good question. Should it match real world scale? And I'm pretty sure, I don't know like for sure whether it should, but I'm pretty sure the answer is it only matters if you're actually going to replicate like truly like photorealistic stuff. Because if you're replicating photorealistic space, then you need to like everything, like the lighting and the stuff needs to be like fully scaled to reality, because that's how like everything's like sorted out in like the programming of Blender itself. But if you're making just like a stylistic character, it doesn't matter. Just make everything relative to each other, like everything in the scene or whatever, just so it makes sense. Although I did actually recently, like kind of, like my models were like kind of like twice as big as this scale. I kind of shrunk them down just to make it a little bit closer to real world scale. So it's like, it's never bad to be in real world scale, but it's not like necessary either. So yeah, just kind of Control 2 again, like that. Then put that so it'll be on cage. Let's please show the difference, because I don't know why it's not on by default. Then shade smooth, of course. Now it's at least closer. Oh yeah, someone else. I mean, it's not really an important question, but yeah, my little YouTuber avatar here. It's like, this is like, I only made him like, I want to make him like exactly as close to my like Blender animation avatar as like my YouTube videos is. But there are like a lot of limitations to the program where like I don't think I can easily put transparency behind the head, even though I like really want that. Like you can also tell there's not like any glow or anything. But it, you know, it works. Like the eye moves and the mouth moves, which is really all I need. So still good enough. Oh yeah, I also need to, I guess I could put myself like right here. I just want to see the modifiers and stuff. It's not gonna be like the biggest deal, but yeah, it's probably better. So yeah, blocking out the head so I can just move everything into place. It's quite close enough because I'm going to try and like build, like retopologize the head here, so I can show you how to do that. It's a pretty important part. Actually, just kind of thankful that this is actually pretty close to how the tutorial did it. Actually pretty much closer than I thought it would be. But I actually, yeah, I feel like the cheeks are not going to be out this big, because most of that volume is kind of only existing for the sake of the nose, so I kind of smooth this in. Like that, I guess. That's much better. That's actually really good. That's surprisingly good. Should do this more often. So I think the only thing I'm going to do is something slightly different for the nose, where just to show you some what's done. Hope you can see this. Backface culling is showing that the normals are flipped, because they usually get flipped when you kind of extend a thing like that, or extrude a thing like that. So I'm going to have to kind of create the nose. Like this. This is really mostly just to like show off how I remesh stuff for this purpose. What's up here? Probably good. I think it'd be like more like facing up like this. And then like really the only other parts are the ears, but I'm probably just gonna copy over my ears from the other tutorial, I guess. I mean, it doesn't really matter either way. The ears are so easy. Someone's saying about Eevee at real world scales. I definitely don't know about that. Yeah, I definitely would like an answer to know for sure what I should do for that stuff, because I just want to know whether I'm right or not. But yeah, I guess this is like pretty simple. I also feel like her like other parts of her body like so simple that I kind of feel like I don't really want to like waste my time like doing all the process for that. But I at least want to show you how to like remesh, because obviously you kind of think like, oh, how do I join these two things together? But you think that joining like, you know, Control J is like the only way to put them together, but they're already like together as an object. So how do you actually kind of fuse them together as like a full-on like kind of shape? And you do that with a remesh modifier or tool, whatever it's called. You can apply these. So I realize I forgot to turn these off for the perspective. Do that, and also I'm gonna deselect that here so I can just never have to worry about selecting them again. So now with all the modifiers applied, you can actually go to remesh. It just kind of fuses them all together. But if you decrease this number by a lot, just by like adding a 0 here, you can see it like kind of fuses, actually fuse the nose and the head together. You can go even deeper than that to make it like exactly, but it's also going to create a lot of like what do we call it? Lag, I guess. But then yeah, you can apply it. Now it's just a real model for a bunch of geometry, which is not really useful for in itself, but it's actually going to be really useful for you know, being a base. And since normally I kind of like put the whole body together, like put the arms together and like the legs and all that stuff, and then fuse them together and like kind of sculpt on top of that. Because now this is kind of like you mainly use the remesh tool for sculpting purposes. So you can like go in here and kind of like smooth out the parts. Like if I want this part to be like sharper or smoother or whatever, use the crease sharp to like put a bit under the nose. It's not even mirrored for some reason. Probably should set that up in the settings. But yeah, I can make it much better for sculpting purposes, even though I don't really need to sculpt that much. But one thing I do like doing in the sculpt is actually sketch where the eyes are going to be, just to see. So yeah, I can, like, needs to be way more powerful than that. Also, play is not really dense enough to justify this, but whatever, let's do it anyway. Just kind of sketch on top of where the eyes are going to be, so I at least have like a reference point. Like I feel like I might put them a little bit more down than that, because yeah, everything looks different in 3D. Just do it for the mouth as well. So yeah, now that's a pretty good starting point for where everything is going to be. I feel like the eyes are probably going to be very big as well. So yeah, that's a decent start. So then I'm probably just gonna do all the body stuff later, but the head is the most complicated part, so I'll make sure to set it up all this part first. So now for retopologizing, it's like, I guess we might as well put this in the head itself and then move this out to the side. You kind of want to start with a plane on one side and then mirror it across. And then I just kind of like have to use this kind of like build out the geometry I want for the face, because you really only really know what like geometry you need after a lot of experience. But obviously there's a lot of like references online that'll tell you, it'll give you like at least some pointers on what to do, like all the loops and stuff. So I'll at least try to show those. So yeah, let's add clipping, smash these together, and start off the nose. I always start with the bridge of the nose for some reason. So yeah, just kind of like build up here, like kind of create like the inner part of the nose, make it curve. And one thing you can kind of do is like take a single point. There's like I just duplicated, like Shift D duplicate a single point and just to kind of like draw points around, and then making sure to like kind of match these up on the side here. And kind of like go around and like kind of very basically sketch across the shape of the eyes. Thankfully, it's also very easy to like kind of flatten this out if I want to do a 2D face later. So yeah, now that we have that part sketched out, let's do it for the mouth. So the fuse in the middle. Hate that. I guess start from here and then go up. It's kind of like a very thin tube. I need more geometry here, but we'll see. The mouth. So now we have both of those loops kind of put together. I can even, as you can see, it's like very flat now because I'm just doing it in orthographic view, but we can fix that later. Well, I guess I could probably fix that now, but then I'd have to split this plane so I can actually see both sides. So like right here, I'll put this one in front and this one inside, so I can go and select this one and then pull it back to fit the reference, or at least fit the 3D version more. So yeah, just pull these parts back to fit each part of the head or the eye. And you can even like shrink wrap these parts to that if you want to, but it is, in my experience, it takes a lot of like applying and reapplying the shrink wrap to fit the face, so it's a little annoying, but I probably will do that. Oh, that's weird. I didn't even realize. It's only brush view in this side, not this side. I didn't realize that was how it worked. That would be just brush select in general. So yeah, I might need another part there, just kind of like get the side of the face. Yeah, someone's asking why I'm not using the eye method I use in the tutorial. And that's because that method in the tutorial is only really useful for characters with like really simple faces, like the guy I made. Whereas in this case, I want it to be at least a little bit more, like not like realistic, obviously, but like more anatomical. So yeah, I want to like kind of build out the shape of the face a lot more. Oh yeah, also I need to go in here and go on in front. So now I can see it. It'll always be in front of the sculpt, so I never have to like kind of worry about it going behind the sculpt. So yeah, it's just kind of like I mean, you could technically build this out from like a I think they call it box modeling, where you start with a box and then you kind of like poke holes in it to make a character's face. Whereas this is like retopology, which is also really like, it just depends on like the method you're used to. But yeah, I usually do something like this a lot more. That's also because I know the loops that I need, so I could very easily just build them out myself. And also, like, now that I've gotten used to retopologizing stuff, I'm actually I kind of find it really relaxing and like a lot more like a lot easier than like normal like modeling. So just got that lucky part. I'm just lucky enough to get to that point. So yeah, let's see. That's a part that I should do. One thing I probably should do is actually define the shape of, if you always want to loop around the, like you always want to loop around the eye, the mouth, and then all the other like tutorials kind of show like a loop going down like around here. And then also it's kind of like goes around the nose like this. Try and do something like this. So yeah, match the loop of the nose, just make it go around. I need to think about like, this will probably go down here and this will probably go down here, so that's pretty good. And then probably the loops around here will go across. Well, I guess it probably wouldn't really go down like this, because these parts will probably connect. So I could probably fill these parts in with F. Pull that in. And probably add another loop around here to some space. You want, not like really the most necessary thing, but you do kind of want the size of each face to be relatively even. Like right here, these parts, these faces are a lot big, a lot smaller than these faces, so you kind of want to fix that. But it's not the biggest deal. Usually, just whatever makes the model look good in the end. So now I can add that there, and then that'll probably go there. I think usually they have the go one more, but I think since it's like a stylized character, I'll probably pull that out a little bit. Add it there. And now this is all messed up, so I guess I'll at least try and add a shrink wrap. Cube. Yeah, so now it's pretty good. Pretty much perfect, so I'll apply that. I want to apply it, and then it'll actually put the real so like right here, they're actually like right here, but then being shrink wrapped to that part. But if you apply it, then it'll be like there for real, and then you probably should add another shrink wrap to make sure they stay there. But yeah, there's just stuff like that. And then I feel like that go there maybe. That's probably. And it kind of feels like it's pulling it a little bit too far. So then this stage, kind of like go around here and then grab these and then extrude and fan them out. And their normals are probably all screwed up. Extruding from a single line of verts like this is going to always like mess with the normal, so you always want to Alt-N and either like flip or recalculate outside to fix them. So yeah, I can now actually pull the parts themselves. And this will always go into that. Wrong way. Do it myself. Was something messing up? Something's. Is that not? There we go. Let's go turn on cage again. Yeah, just pull these out to make the fan of the mouth. I can do the same with the eyes in a second. And since it's the shrink wrap, it's all perfectly still there. So now I do the same with the eyes. And you can select this part as well and fan that out and then just merge these two parts that'll appear there, but it doesn't really matter. Looks like these normals are fine, but let's recalculate anyway just to be sure. And fill that in. Don't know why that doesn't work. It's weird. Yep, now we have a full loop for the eye. And I'll make this look a lot more perfect when we get out of the retopologizing phase. So, was that the part that I thought it wasn't going to connect? Because well, either way, actually, yeah, no, this would be better. So I can connect these parts. Oh, why is this so? Usually this tool isn't that. Oh, there we go. It works. Pull that part there. And so this will definitely look fine. Split it apart. Now we have the perfect fill-in point. So that's good. And I guess this part will go down like this a bit more. Now I can just pull this part out for the nose. Now you can see things are looking a bit weird because of the shrink wrap. It's a little too far from the actual like base of the model, so that's a sign you want to apply this and add another one. Now it'll be refreshed and much more in place. Now the problem is that I want to fill in these parts of bits. So if I fill it in like this, then I want to fill in like this. But then this part is kind of not in sync with all that. So I guess I'll add a loop here just to make that work out. Just pull that right there, so now it's all squares. It's like the most necessary thing ever, the nose at least, but it works. I'll probably have to readjust that later. Grab all these, just slide them. It's a little bit more, I guess. And up here, there's probably gonna be too much geometry. Like we don't need geometry, not much, like this much geometry for the upper part of the head. So I can just pull this up and do the thing I put in the tutorial. Like now it's started at 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4. Now put this up here. Now it's gone down to 3, I guess, technically, yeah. It's been reduced by at least some amount. Usually 2, but... And now I can see that we don't need to care about having that much geometry for when we extrude up and put this around the head itself. That should be good. And you usually put that around the brow area anyway, so it's perfect. I scooch these down. A lot of questions. I'll pause to answer them for a sec. Someone asked when I started using Blender. I started in 2019. Yeah, I started in like around 2019-ish. I think November 2019. So it's been a couple of years. So it's definitely a lot of experience under my belt to get to this point. But yeah, most of it was practice and watching YouTube tutorials. So just it's all been free learning. So just gotta keep going at it. And they also asked, is weight painting necessary in the jaw? For the Boolean mouth thing, which probably should like a very specific question for this thing, but I'll might as well answer it anyway. But it's like you don't really need, like, it's probably a good idea to have a jawbone for but you don't really need weight painting for the jaw of a Boolean mouth, because it's just kind of like all, you just want to like have the jawbone kind of like parented to the lip bones parented to the jawbone, I guess. Yeah, it's hard to explain without like a diagram and all that, but actually I think I might split this part with a V. V is the splitting thing, and make that there, and then pull this up to make it kind of smooth out like this, which is a little bit less pulled apart. So now, this part will go there, and then this part will be perfectly in sync. Loop there, split it. I think that kind of eliminates, yeah, because now I don't need to care about the mouth anymore. I just go down here and fan this part out. It's like kind of catching and stuff because the shrink wrap is not perfect anymore, but apply this. Let me go out of edit mode. Apply, the mirror as well. Add another one. Now it's good. That should be much easier to deal with. Make everything manually smoother, because you can't really trust the tools to do it super quickly and easily. I feel like this is not ideal, whatever this is going on here. But, I mean, I'll have to, actually let's add a shrink or a subdivision. I can see. Because, I mean, this shouldn't really be that bad. Yeah, and one thing I guess I could mention is usually you want your character being like a very neutral expression when you're modeling, but I just kind of like I just like modeling in a smile anyway, but like a neutral smile. So yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, it's just anything that works in the end. So you're gonna be moving a lot anyway for expressions anyway, so just as long as it's not like too like smiley. Just want it to be somewhat neutral. So I think I can fan it out one more. Much easier to look at when you don't have the subdivision on. Shrink wraps after the mirror. I don't think that really matters, but we're going to be applying it, so it has to be at the top. It'll be at the top anyway. I think it's a question of, should this be the edge of the face? I think I could go, no, that looks weird. That looks a little bit better. And this part will be that and then that. Yeah, like this. And this part will be probably pulled out a bit more here. I feel like this could be the edge of the face itself. So yeah, this will be like the edge of the mask of the face, and then this will be like the side here, and all these parts will just kind of be blending into this part. Smooth this out later. So I think that's most of what I need. I guess I should just do the back really quick, or the back of the head. Should I bother? Well, I shouldn't really care about that later. So for getting the rest of the head done, can do this very quickly. You basically just grab the, and of course as usual I completely forget that I have two separate screens here. I've just been looking at this a little bit the entire time, but just grab these two bits here, extrude upwards and around. And this will, I actually need to think about how it will react to the parts around it, so match that up. Get those pretty close. As you can see, the shrink wrap is probably going to be really messed up here, but I can make sure this part goes across like this. Just grab it again. And then pull it down a bit until it goes down to the neck. And I think for, yeah, she even has like a thing around her neck, so I don't even need to care even less about whether the neck connects to the head. So probably won't even worry about that at all. I'll just connect these two parts together. Let's pretend that there's a part there. It's definitely gonna be a lot of like going across here, but I'll have to figure that out when I get to it. So now there's like a, I don't know what you call that, like a part around the head like that. Apply the shrink wrap to make it real. Shrink wrap again. Now I can like kind of grid across. So I know this part was going to connect over to here. So apply face there. And then if this part connects to here, so we can connect these parts to that. So now we can see there's at least going to be like one edge here to like kind of create like a triangle here. So I add one loop there, or like a one dot there, because you can still add, you know, loop cuts to a line like that. But then for over here, I have 3 lines, so I can add 3 loops. That'll automatically shrink wrap to the right part, but I can pull them out to be a little smoother. So now we already have this kind of like cranium kind of wire going across. Over here, I guess this will go over here, and then we're going for 3 at least for the start. Add 3. That's messed up, so I'll put it like right there. So now you can see we already have this like reference grid for how we want to put everything down, and we can still fix it up later, so it's not that bad. Yeah, like right here, we can already see this was one loop that I forgot, so add 1 loop there, and then you can imagine it going down there, so add 1 loop there as well. So I press there, and it goes all the way down here. So let's try and fill in some of this. Like it go there. I think this is like a function of the F2 add-on, or whatever it's called. We just press F on a corner and it fills it in. That's really useful. I'll probably put that there as well, but I didn't want to go the other way. Not that way. So I think I can do that, and then if I split this part at the end here, that'll becomes a quad, which is good. And then this part will get so okay, that's good. Everything's been filled in that spot. It still is all quads, which is good. So of course, the other thing is that even though you want to kind of like do things perfectly for the head, obviously there's gonna be like no deformation here, so it's like you don't really need to care about whether it's perfect or not. you really want to care about like the actual geometry when it comes to deformations. Like you really want to care about the geometry for the eyes and the mouth, because there's gonna be a lot of deformation there when you move the character around. But for like the forehead, you never move the forehead that much, so like who cares? But it just looks nice to have it all perfect, so might as well try. So all smoothed out. Now I can kind of like pull this over here, and I'm gonna need two to go across. Fill in these, and then this part's going to kind of like fill this. So I guess I need to pull these parts out side a bit. Just pull it around out like this. It should be a little bit simpler than doing the other way. And merge these. Just pull this part and then pull it back. So now I can try and get these parts together. I think I can put a face in between right here to create like a loop down there, and then this part's going to be covered by hair, so it's even less necessary to make it look good. So I'll just keep that try there and add the loop there to fit everything else. I fill in all that, so now we have like the top of the head completely done. So now I can pull this part down. Now I can just think about going across there. That's perfect. All lines up already. Yep. So I think I can even go and select this and then select all these parts and grid fill it. Face grid fill. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it did actually not select this part. Which is probably why. Yep. Let's get it right. It should be like there. Now it's all filled in automatically. So this part is going to be the one that has a lot of choices to be made. I think I can actually make this part go down there. Maybe shouldn't do that. There's a lot of guesswork to be done. Let's put it out like this, and then that goes there. I guess since you can have it as like the edge of her jaw around here, it wouldn't be that bad to like make it connect here. Actually, put that there, connect it like that, and then this will become another point. I guess that kind of makes sense. Then you can kind of imagine like the edge of the jaw kind of like going up into where the neck connects, and then the part comes back here. So this will be like about where the neck connects anyway. Neck connects. So you can just pull this part down, fill these in. Why is it? Oh, it's like the wrong parts. Sometimes it is my fault. And then, I mean, I definitely connect these parts because I'm not going to have a neck there. But then the problem is if I add a loop here and it goes up to the mouth, it's not really ideal that I want that. So let's see how this will work out. I can always just redo it later if it doesn't work out. So what does it look like there? Actually, it is quad, like a weird quad. Let's go. It's very messed up. Let's see how it looks when it's smoothed. Yeah, I mean, it could look worse. Let's use it. So I think that's pretty much all the retopology process for the head, because now I can just ignore that part and just have to do all the other parts myself. So yeah. It's shade smooth. Now it's the part where you just have to make everything fit better to the model. So someone asked me how often I do tutorials like this, or do live streams like this, and basically just kind of winging it. Because I do not have like a schedule for like any part of my process or like any part of my channel at all. Because I'm basically just starting out. So I mean, if people really want live streams like this, and I could definitely do more of them, but yeah, it just depends on what people want, really. And then I just pull these parts out. The reference. Definitely need to define the nose, so I definitely want to like maybe make this part the big crease and shrink it in, and then I can buff it out with Alt S. Yeah, all live streams on YouTube get automatically saved to the channel. So if you go to like the channel, like there's like a live section in the channel itself, you can see all my live streams that I've done so far. So yeah, this will be saved for the future. How long have we been going for? Yeah, only an hour and a half. That's not that bad. So I probably pull the part back a bit. I was like having like a curve right for the nose, or like a cartoony character like this that goes down and hits the nose, the bottom of the nose pretty hard, and then kind of goes across down here. But they figure out the lips. Yeah, when it comes to topology for the eyes and mouth, like, I definitely feel like some characters really benefit from like this kind of a look, but yeah, just have to practice and get used to redoing things, because I have like multiple different like phases of my models. So I just have to keep retrying things and seeing whatever works. I feel like this part is kind of gonna be deforming a bit weird, but I don't think it'll be that bad. I feel like the lips are the part that I always have trouble with. Like, I guess one thing that I could say for that is like you only see the parts of the models that I get right, you know? Like, some of my characters have are like a lot harder to do than some of my other characters, just because it's like random, like hard to describe things. Like the shape of the mouth and all that, like how I want the overall like look of the character to be. So like, yeah, just like it's not always just like a free thing. You just have to keep trying, attempting. I feel like one of my characters has a head shape kind of similar to this, so if this works out pretty well, I could actually reuse this shape for their head. Now I just need to... Now, one thing for the lips is that this will kind of be like the outer rung of the lips, like the very edge of the lips themselves, and then I'll have to extrude apart from the middle where the lips actually connect. So like pull these parts in to like flatten them out, and then flatten forward, and pull it back, like the inside of the right side of the head right here. So yeah, this will be like the actual connecting point of the lips. Just have to change it a little bit, but it's necessary to get it that close right away. Up the cheek a bit more. It always looks weird for a while, but I can then add another loop. I feel like one thing that always helps with the mouth is that if you... Actually, I forgot to pull this part up, because recreate the smile. So this is a little bit closer. Should pull this part down. Fit the Now it's at least a little bit closer. Now I feel like one thing they could do to make the lips always look better is to like grab these parts and just like shrink them in with like some proportional editing. And hopefully this does kind of like almost like, it always looks weird when like a character gets like too much lip. So I'll probably pull these in a little bit to make it like less exaggerated. But also like these parts in. I think the lips are like always like a little bit pursed like this. So you have to pull these parts in as well. Make it look a little bit better, but this is still, it also has like a weird thing going on there. So deal with that later, I guess. I don't want the, it almost has like a too monkey-like quality here. It doesn't look that bad from like afar, I guess, but pull these parts out. I guess these parts will be kind of pulled in a little bit. Make sure it always goes in with the face right. Probably pull these up a lot more. I mean, I feel like I'll have to figure it out once I actually get the lighting and shading going, because that's what it really matters. It doesn't really matter how it looks like right now. It only matters how it looks when it's like fully realized. Like pull up the mouth a little bit more. Like a slightly better smile. Hopefully that won't look too weird when I get everything else done, but whatever. So now I can pull in the eyes. Usually, normally you'd have like this would be like the outer socket of the eye that you kind of like, you like pull these in, kind of like create like a separate kind of like eyelid down here, but whatever. But since she's such a cartoony character, I'll just pull this in, and this will be like I'll try and like adjust this a little bit to make it slightly less flat, but it doesn't really matter. I guess if I'm going to attempt a Boolean mouth at some point, then I'll just cover this in. It doesn't really matter. This part won't be visible at all, so just kind of make the overall eye socket. Just smooth it out. I'll probably, I feel like I might just end up like making the character even more like stylized once I'm done with all this, because it's like almost easier to go like mid anatomy kind of a thing, where it's like the characters are like has like slightly too much anatomy, and you don't want that much anatomy for a cartoony character, but just have to figure things out as you go. And also it matters a lot more where you put the eyes in as well, so I probably should do that quickly. Want the cheeks to puff out a bit more. Yeah, this kind of like general area is kind of weird. Just doesn't feel like it's bending right, but I'll figure that out later. Yeah, I'm already feeling like I'm gonna regret having a mouth like this. Let's try it out anyway. Create a bunch of duplicates. I want to try to create like a flat, like a smooth curve down this area, so I need to change that. So that should be good. This area is kind of like, you can just barely see some very specific angles. You can kind of see like a slight, like, it's like very hard to see, but my eyes like trained for it, so I just want to smooth this out by pulling these apart. See a little bump in the forehead. I think this should be good. Like, yeah, this like kind of part right here is like if we're making like very like a much more anatomical stylized character that look normal, but that looks weird for what I want. I don't really want things like that, but again, I'll just keep going and see what happens. Probably pull these parts up a bit. Yeah, because her eye's gonna be like that. Then I need to make the I feel like usually the way to make a stylized character look good is just like make everything flatter. It's like just make this go from this angle and see if this isn't flat enough, and then just make it flatter. How would I like fix this? Definitely like one thing I could do is like just select this area and delete it and just kind of like redo it. So this feels like it would pretty obviously just go this way. But for this area, this might go like this instead, and then this part will go around like that. That isn't what I had before, right? I don't remember. It probably was actually, because I think I didn't give. Yeah, I didn't give. I just kind of recreated the same thing I had before. But like maybe it kind of looks better. I guess I don't even know. So let's just keep going and see what happens. It does look slightly better. I don't really remember. One thing I could do is go here and then create like a sharp edge here, because that'll eliminate any kind of weirdness right there, but it's kind of just barely. Actually, I did see someone mention like a normals thing, like smooth normals, smooth vectors. Doesn't seem to be affecting this right now. Hold on. How could I test this out? Okay, like make it sharp then, add the thing. You always pick up like random little things from people, yeah, that make sharp is overriding it. So I don't really know when that's useful, but it's in the program, so someone's gonna use it sometime. Let's quickly, one thing I could do is name this to be let me name it body, but I might use a Boolean thing later. But yeah, now that gotten so far past this point, I'm never going to use this again, so just delete it. What was I going to do? I don't know. Let's probably just do the eyes. Probably could, even though I think the head does like kind of tilt forward like that in this angle. Don't really want that for this character, so get rid of it. Just making sure every little bit is smoothed out. Of course, there's a lot of tools to do that as well, but like, even though you rely on the tools early on, you realize that manually doing it is the best way. But you know, both ways work in the end. My timeline is on. Oh yeah, thanks. I didn't even realize that. That was playing eternally. At least there's nothing animated, so that was not creating any lag. It's constant adjusting. Yeah, let's add the eye. So I do want to at least show have like a, go to my parts selection. Of course, you can't actually see all my parts because I don't want you to see all my parts, but I'll at least show you i.l and lattice.l to show. This is the eye that I have saved. I'm going to try and recreate this, of course, but I'm just going to show it to you. So like in the last part of the video, or the last part of the tutorial series, it's like a lattice that controls the eye. So I can actually scale this thing out, scale the eye, and I can still like rotate it even though it's like very flat, but it still moves like a normal eye. But also for the materials are the main thing I want to recreate. I basically have this like iris material that's really nice because it kind of replicates the way that I draw my eyes in 2D. But I think I'm gonna, since this kind of has like a lot of like random like numbers to recreate, I'm actually gonna try and use a color attribute to replicate this look. My voice is quiet. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably quiet because I keep looking away from the screen, but I also talk quietly because I'm not used to streaming, but yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try and recreate this with something else. And of course, the other big thing is that I actually have a separate little eye shine right here that it's a part of the eye material, the eye model that just kind of is like a part of the thing itself, which is just like a separate object. So I'll recreate that. Of course, all the materials. I'm gonna try and like, I'm going to explain all the materials later when I add them all, but yeah, I'm gonna reuse my main material. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and recreate right now. Delete that, of course. One thing you should always know is that when you delete something normally, it doesn't actually delete fully. You need to go up here and then clean up and then purge unused data. And there's gonna be a lot of stuff that's like in the file that is not being used that you can just get rid of to save on file space. So that's really good. So for the eye, go to UV sphere. So I'm gonna definitely shrink this down because you do not need this much definition for the eye. That's probably more than enough. So I'm going to put this out in front and get it at least a little bit close to the size of what I want, even though it's gonna be way too big. And of course the head is still in front view. So now I can get it like close, but I definitely want to use the lattice to get everything else sorted. And then add in the subdivision. And then for the main thing, for the eyes, that I can always add a mirror, but after everything, and just change the mirror object to be the head. So now it's on both sides automatically. Did I actually even get this right? Yeah, I did. So now I can put the cursor there and lattice deform selected. That is wrong order. Lattice first and then add the mirror, because otherwise I'll try to add the lattice across the entire thing, which you don't want. I think that's supposed to like parent it automatically, but it never really does for me. So let's see if it actually worked. Yeah, I can see it's not actually parented, so you need to go to parent yourself. Parent lattice deform. So now I can flatten this out and sort it out like that. It doesn't want to be very flat or a very cartoony character. Like that. I just rotate it as well in this angle. So get it pretty close. Or to add at least some work in progress materials. So I want to probably, it feels like a weird in between. So I'm actually add a loop right there. Make this the black, just to show where the iris is going to be. Of course, it looks very derpy at first, but now we can actually grab this and rotate it inwards. Now it's like normal, cross-eyed, but I feel like it's also still not even flat enough. Definitely for a character like this, you could also just do like a plane like I did in the tutorial series, but yeah, it just depends on what you want. And I mean, I might. So I was planning on making the iris move up a little bit, but I think I could actually even scale up this on the y-axis to make it. Actually, that's probably good enough. I don't usually do that. I usually keep it like a fully square thing, but not like rectangular, but that should work. If I just move it a little bit, I'll have to readjust the eyelid to fit this part. Yeah, you can see, even though it looks good in every other view, like this looks normal for like a 3D character, it doesn't actually match the 2D view, but because you don't really, you shouldn't really think too much about like getting especially the side view is always pretty messy when it comes to like replicating it in 3D, so you really just want to like care more about the front view and just adjust things as much as you need. Like get some like ideas for where the side view is. Like I'll probably just like readjust where this part of the hair is, where the ear is, and whatever. So yeah, don't worry too much about the reference. Just make it look good in 3D. Don't care about what looks good in 2D, because this is a 3D character, not a 2D character. So just care about what looks good in 3D, not 2D. So that's probably a good enough position. So I'll adjust the eyelids slightly to fit the shape of the eye. So just whatever looks good. And then it's gonna be eyelashes here, so it doesn't really matter, but I'll do it anyway. That's pretty good. Now, of course, you can grab, I think, yeah, I can just grab this part for the eyelash. Grab that area. Grab one more. I can even grab, oh, it's accidentally grab that area. Okay. It's so evenly spaced, it kind of grabs across the entire thing. I can do that. Duplicate it, separate it, and add solidify. Get above that, make it 0. Now we can just quickly add the black material just to get a look. Get rid of the crease there because I want to add it myself in this area. Just add a crease right there. So now it's in with the solidify modifier itself. So I think I might actually, I feel like I probably shouldn't bother. I just slide this up a bit so it'll kind of save that area, but then I'll pull this out. We only need this area to be bigger. Make it like that. Now I should really, yeah, I'll do that. I'm gonna add a vertex group to make this area shrink in the middle. We'll call it solidify F5. And then add it to the solidify modifier. Reverse it so I can add 1 to this area. Now it'll subtract thickness from that area, make it look a lot better, I think. Should add 1 more loop in the middle so it has more like shading correctness at the end. This should be good for now. Fan it out a little bit. So I'll probably make this too dark so I can't really see the verts anymore. Shrink this out a little bit. Always want the inside part of the eyelid to be very sharp. I think that'll be good for now. Adjust everything later. So I can see there's a lot of like really small little bumps in the head, which I can fix a lot easier if I just didn't have them out there, but keep going anyway. I think I'm actually gonna go to the bathroom so I can save myself the headache. So I'll actually hide myself so I show that I'm gone. Just keep looking at the model and listening to the music for a second. returned. So hopefully the rest of it will be a lot quicker because a lot of the trouble is in the head. So let's see. So someone asked, how do you turn on bloom in this version of Eevee? Because I have bloom on here. It's actually pretty simple and a lot more expansive than the previous version of bloom. You actually just have it to do it in the compositor here. So this glitter node is what's causing the bloom. So you set it up right here, but then you also have to go down here to where where my character is actually. Go down here to this part, or next to the rendering little spheres. And have to go to compositor right here. So it says this is like the word, like whether you want to view the compositor effects in the camera or not at all or always. So now whenever you put anything, whenever you put anything in the compositor, it'll appear like on your actual view. So if I go down here and like put a chromatic aberration or something, you can see like chromatic aberration is there now. So it's like really useful for sorting that stuff out. So yeah, I definitely recommend setting that up. It's very nice. Oh, I can also see the default position of the camera here is very not in the right place. So I will try and sort it out to fit her a little bit more. Remember, her hat's going to be there, so it's like halfway down. Yeah, let's get back to modeling. So next part, let's see. I'll probably just do the inside of the mouth. Be very quick. Although I guess I'll actually do that later because I'm not confident enough about the mouth being that I don't really want to model the inside of the mouth. Actually, whatever. So yeah, I guess I'll just add the ears because it will be like 2 seconds. I just want to like take my ears from my previous models because they are a lot more optimized than any ear I can make right now. Always worry out there. And this is making me think that she's like way too small, but just do whatever we want later. I don't care. So yeah, this is the ear that I have saved, which is like my perfect ideal ear. I think I can actually delete this part on the outside because that's the part that's supposed to connect to the actual head itself, but I'm not going to bother doing that here. So yeah, I can kind of see that the basis of it is kind of like just like a ring, like the one I made in the tutorial. And then I just kind of like the inside of it right here is like one little like inside bit because that's cartoony a little bit that, I always draw ears like this where I just, draw this part and then have a little bit in the middle there. It's like just cartoony enough without having like too much detail. So yeah, it's pretty simple overall, I think, but let's move it into place. So right here, I can just get it right size and stuff. It's probably too big, although she is like a child characters always have giant ears for some reason. So it's probably good enough. It's definitely a bit sloppy having it like connect like that, but I could easily fix that somehow. Let's move this part in a bit. This has a lot of just probably fix that on the ear itself. That just looks very big from this side. So just pull this part out. That should be good. And then the front part's going to be covered by her like sideburns or whatever they're called. And the back is going to be covered by most stuff, so it doesn't matter. I can just join these into the head. I guess if I Everything's pointing to making her look extra stylized, so I probably should just commit and go Boolean mouth. This is like, would not look good on a normal character. Non-stylized character, that is. This looks fine, I guess. It's good enough. That's the beauty of having a pre-saved model. It just takes so much less time. I was going to think, how would I think the problem with this ear is that it's actually designed for a lot more like detailed characters, so yeah, like this would probably connect to there, and this would connect like to here somewhere. So then this part would be kind of like out in the, whatever we call it, the dust. So yeah, I don't really know how to connect this ear specifically to this character, but it doesn't really matter. So I'm not going to do that. I guess eyebrows are pretty quick as well. Grab this section. Grab this, and then I can really quickly actually use it with the eyelids, lashes. Create like all the stuff I need for it. Just probably separate it again. Now it has all the stuff from the eyelashes. I can edit it separately now. Shrink wrap before everything. Move them into place. Shrink them down a lot more. And I feel like that's good enough for this point, this stage in the process. I'll probably have to adjust it later where I want. I'm starting to look at, I can kind of see like a bump in this part of the head, so I'll fix that. Just this part kind of being too close to other bits. It's a lot more better. So that's good for now. So, could do the hair, but I think I'd rather start doing the body because the hair is going to be like really complicated. I feel like it's always the most complicated part. I could also do the hat, I guess. The hat would take 2 seconds. I should also name this stuff. Eyelashes and then eyelashes.l. And in here is the eye, so eye.l. I'll also add all the stuff because having everything sorted into collections. So I'll go body. I think actually this one was probably for clothes, which doesn't matter because I'm not going to get rid of her clothes at any point. So body rig eventually and unused. So I could put eyelattice there because I don't want it to be there in the end, so I want to be able to turn it off later. And of course, now that it's in its own collection, the actual eye itself is going to be right there, so I can just put that separately into this part, so it's much more easier to see. And that's all sorted and nice. So no real reason to do this, but collect the side reference. And everything else is good. I also have a back view for like the backlighting if I want to see the back of a character, but I don't really need that here as much. So yeah, the ears are going to remain separate because they're not going to be like that important of a thing. Yeah, we'll see how it works out in the end. I think it'll look fine because no one really looks at the ears, so you don't really care about them. Preset my avatar. So let's actually do the body. I think one thing I want to harp on for the Boolean tutorials that I actually want to keep the head and the body separate, because when you have the Boolean modifier on, it'll try and like calculate against the entire body, which will create a lot of lag. So I don't want to. I'll preemptively plan for just keeping the body separate. Delete that and pull this down, which will have bad normals. But I'll fix that later. Let's scale it into place. Actually, I probably should fix the normals before scaling it, because Alt S actually uses normals to judge where everything is. So I can see here it's like really messed up. Like, why is it looking like this? Because of the normals. So Shift N, it's all, well, it's actually messed up in the other way. I need to flip it back to normals. So I have backface culling on. So this is what it would look like if, like, in a video game, if you're like inside of this as like a area, you'd look around and be like, oh yeah, there's solid walls, but on the backside there's actually like no rendering on the backside. So that's what it's for. But now I just put this in and then create a circle which splits it apart as usual, but I didn't even fix the normals. I just kind of set that all out and didn't fix it. Circle and circle. They look normal. And fuse those back together. I can move these into place. Make this a little bit less stretched. Of course, it got rid of its. I don't know why the lines get rid of shade smooth as well, but whatever. Put this in so we can make it kind of fan out at the bottom. So that's good for the neck. Now, like I said in the clothing part of the tutorial, it's just going to be like a very simple body. But since I'm not going to ever kind of like give her different outfits or anything, I'm just going to create a very simple, like sloppy body to like just use as the like a data transfer point for when I put the clothes in. Because she is definitely going to need something to like data transfer all these like different parts of her body onto like the same little section. So yeah, I definitely need to create this preemptively. It'll be very simple and sloppy because no one's going to see it. It's just for like practical purposes. Just make it a little smooth, but it doesn't have to be perfect. Make this circles. I'll probably have to at least give it like some thickness to replicate a normal body, but not that much. I'll definitely pull this down a lot more. Or out there, maybe. Get it close to where I want things to be. I'll probably have to. I'll add the feet later after I do the shoes, because the whole point is that they need to be inside of the shoe, so I'll have to bevel this out to get the right geometry for this later. I guess I could have tried to get a reference for like whether her body actually bends. I guess it's probably good enough. So now I can just take this part, split it, faces. Create the arms. I'm not gonna even do the thing in the tutorial about creating the elbow right. Not the elbow, the shoulder. This does not matter, really. And it would matter if you're gonna like see this part of the character, but you're not, so. This is just for data transfer. So the it'll never peek out of the clothes when we get to it. So I'm going to separate the matrix skull's head. This should probably be good for now, at least. I can keep this up a bit because of the shoulder. Gobble this out for the eventual. Pull this back a bit. I think the arm is a bit farther back in the body than you'd think. It's like not on the perfect side. So this should be good. Straight down a bit more. Someone asked what got me into 3D modeling, and like, I don't even really know what got me into it specifically. I think one day I just kind of saw the Blender tutorial or the donut tutorial and just kind of like assumed, I just gave it a shot and like to see if I could actually like use it or like understand it enough. And then I just did. So I, you know, just kind of kept going down the rabbit hole. I don't really know what specifically got me into it. Of course, obviously I have a bunch of characters, so I want to make a bunch of like my characters in 3D. So yeah, just kind of the general idea of 3D being cool. That's not making this too perfect, but one thing I do need to use this for is to get a basis for the body or basis for the clothes, because very easily you kind of like select some of this and actually use it for the clothes. Specifically, you can get dress. So this will kind of be out a bit, and then this will go down a bit more. Of course, since it's mirrored, it's better to use Alt-S to scale it out like this. This is the wrong side. It's too flat on this side. Or not flat enough on that side. So that should be good enough for there, because there's going to be a lot of like cover. The cape is going to cover that part, so it's not going to be that necessary to keep it as visible. It's flat. And this is going to be the part that needs the most changing. Let's probably keep it like this. It's good enough. And I do need to care about. I want the whatever the part around the wrist to be like a bit of a kind of like a, I don't know what you call it, like a frill, I guess. So I'll need to see if it'll work out this low geometry. I don't really need to have too many frills, I guess. Just enough. Got a crease there to do that, and we'll probably even add a sharp. And then a crease on this part as well. And then I'll add some extra stuff. I mean, I guess this is actually kind of similar to how my avatar's sweater works in terms of shape. Another thing there. I could do like the shoulder thing, but it's not going to really matter too much. One thing that is pretty important for clothes is that you want to have like a loop around each like edge of the like piece of the clothing. So like there's a loop around here, there's a loop around here, but this is like kind of like a squared out loop. So you want to kind of extrude in, and yeah, that'll look a lot better. Just kind of makes it look a lot more like normal for how clothes actually work. That solidify modifier to all this. Actually, a -1 might actually work here. So yeah, now it's actually all sorted. Creases. Definitely want this part to be out a little bit more and then come in. So how to create this into a frill? Just want to keep that there. As you can see, this area is like kind of being smoothed out a lot by the solidify modifier. So I add another loop and it'll kind of smooth out the shading a lot more. That's how you kind of get it in between the make sharp smoothing and the normal smoothing. So yeah, that's good. I should probably deal with that part later. I'll get more pants. I'll create them up here. And it'll go down to like here. The mirror modifier is going to be a bit annoying, but we'll deal with it. Have the same. Actually, I guess the pants don't actually need the same solidify modifier as the dress because it won't actually show any of the open parts of it. So now I can hopefully. I never really know if having a fluffy part like this will ruin the eventual like bending of the model, but. See, this is how it's smushed together. So I'll actually turn off clipping for now. I probably won't be editing this top area that much. I just want to pull these parts in to create the fluff of the leg. Come out with it like this. And then this part will be the part that's kind of a crease. But it also has the edges themselves, so. And of course, as you can see, I'm not fully following the reference because I do not need to. These are pretty simple shapes. I should flatten them. Just knowing what looks good in 3D is much better than trying to follow a reference one-to-one. I don't want to bring that part out. It needs to be like flush with the boots when I make them. This should be fine still, but we'll have to see. Actually, I don't think I mentioned, but I am going to do the rigging tomorrow, so I can spare myself the energy. So I'm just going to do the full model today, and then tomorrow I'm going to do all the rigging, and I'm probably going to also do the 2D eyes then too, because that's a lot of like rigging and stuff. So yeah, that'll be later. How different? This probably needs to be like down here a bit more than pulled up. I don't even know it. She probably has some sort of undershirt, but I don't need to model it. So you won't even really see. I guess if I like, you could also like scale this out so it kind of like intersects with the edge of the dress. So now it just doesn't even go past that point. So no need for any like black kind of like stuff. Although I probably will use some, I'll probably use some sort of method to make that part black. I know exactly what I want to do. I just want to add more thickness to this. The cartooniness of it. So that probably looks good. Gotta stretch a lot. So that's all good. So I'll create the boots now, I think. This cylinder from this part. And then Actually, I need to name all this stuff. Torso is the torso, then this is the pants, and this will be the boots. This part needs to get a lot of stuff. Spread them out. Solidify. And put that at 0. Edge, crease. I'll definitely want to have this part kind of up there. Now this part will like kind of be flush with this part. So probably put that out a bit. Get very like cartoony adventure boots. I should keep it like that. So I should actually, because you can kind of see this like weird kind of like movement's going on there. So this is a good place to add a sharp to get rid of that. Even flatter, and then that I actually have the boots there, I can make them work a lot better. Now to actually build out the boots themselves. Never really that bad, but it always takes a bit to make it look good. So let's pull this down and then pull this part in the front. That's it. I might actually add a loop there. And then I should probably add one on the back and then make this all circles again. Circle, circle, circle. Just evens out all the placements of the edges. So now I can actually grab these parts. If I rotate this whole thing like this. So now that I know exactly where the front is, it's very evenly spaced. I don't have to worry about anything else. So it creates a thing down here that I don't want. Let's delete that. Then I guess I could now do the thing that I also mentioned in the tutorial, where I split this apart here. Split in the back as well. Get rid of this. Then I can flip things on so I can piece together. But looking weird because it solidifies actually. It's supposed to go after that. So now that's a normal one full boot. And then I can actually move this over to the right. And then I can add another mirror and make it mirror against whatever, just like the pants or whatever. Now I can make two fully symmetrical boots all the time. Very useful. So I want this part to be like much wider. I still want to put this out one more. What the heck? Oh, right, I need this part. Of course, it creates that part that I don't want to. It's a very good place for crease. Not that big. But not even that big, but let's see. Create this part so I can move this up. This is probably too long of a boot for her. Let's move it back a bit. That's why you don't always want to go for the reference 1-to-1. So now I can just pull it up, pull this down. I definitely want to make the front very much bigger. Pull this part out. Fans out and then goes in again. Thankfully she doesn't have any laces or anything, because that would be much more annoying to deal with. So now for the soles, pull them in a little bit, then go down a bit. I think this should look fine if I just put a crease there. It already looks pretty good. And I'll have to deal with this part because She doesn't have like, she didn't really have like that complicated of like a heal or whatever, but it's a little bit more exaggerated. So I'll just fold this in really quick. So add a face there and use them in. I think I can just keep doing that. This part will probably connect to this. Then obviously got a crease there. Definitely want to edit the shading on that part. Actually, I wonder if I should like go minus, because this part is, you can see with this part, it's like adding a bunch of stuff at the bottom. Like this is what the model actually looks like, but then it's actually kind of like expanding out a little bit, which kind of makes it look a little bit off from what it's supposed to look like. So I might actually, good practice to just do that instead, I guess. And then I can just make this the exact size I want. It'll be completely unaffected by the shrink wrap, or the solidify. Someone asked in the chat again, this will be as a VOD later, so you can watch it whenever you want. Do not have to stay here if you don't want. That's better. Okay, should we just make this sharp, because it is going to be very... Yeah, when it comes to like, obviously I have like lots of years of experience, not like lots, I mean like 5-ish, 5 or 6. Or 7, I don't know, years of experience doing this stuff. So of course I'm gonna make it look easy when I'm doing it, because I know how everything works and like all the best practices and stuff. So it just, you gotta keep going at it over time, and you'll eventually get to this point where also is this easy for you. Let's make these way smaller. And should I bring the whole character down, or like this is? I should probably, I think I could probably make these things a lot shorter. Adjusting things to fit your new vision. Oops, something is peeking through. It's probably because of the not being as thick this time, so we can just grab X. It's better. So now I want to move down everything because it's not in line with the ground anymore. So I'll just grab, I can go here, select objects. You also need to select the lattice on its own because it's somewhere else. I can just G, Z, and then put it right down into place. Everything is normal again. Well, of course, you can see now that it's actually not in line with the reference. So I might as well just go back and select this stuff. It line up again with the face. So the face is really, really important part. Okay, one thing I forgot I could do is go here. Now that and since I have a thing right here, I could actually add a crease there to make this part of the eye just a tiny bit sharper. I think I like the look of. So let's see. I think that's, I mean, the base part of the main clothes done, I guess. definitely want to add more to it later, but I could scale this out the X to make it just a bit wider. Could be a little too square and long. Thinking about the reference of like her actual shoes are very like kind of not even like this blocky, so let's pull them in a bit and make it a little bit less toed. Looks a little bit better. This trestle looks good in 3D and not 2D. Actually, I think this part might be a little too squared out the front. Let's grab that and pull it forward. Make this part move back a bit as well. Yeah, someone's said in chat, it's hard to know what's like right and wrong when doing this stuff, but one, obviously just knowing like the general process over time, like you learn more and more what is right and wrong yourself, and then you just figure it out yourself. But of course, that's one of the things I like having about like trying to be someone who like helps people out with their problems in Blender on like the Discord server and stuff like that, because I feel like it's just way more useful to be like YouTube tutorials are good enough for like a lot of people, but I feel like it's infinitely more useful for everyone to have like someone who actually knows what's going right and wrong to like tell you that what you're doing right and wrong. Just it feels like so much better to just know in the first place. So that's why I try and like do that. But yeah, it's like takes a lot of time and effort to figure that out. I guess I'm just going to 3 hours. So I guess I'll try and speed up a tiny bit, because I feel like 3 hours is a good amount to deal with. So I'm going to talk about hands. So these are the hands that I have for my model. Of course, they're like kind of readjusted to be like kind of really small hands. Just try and pull them up over here so constructed, but yeah, there's definitely a lot like. Fundamentally, it is kind of the same sort of deal as the one I made in the tutorial, where like you just start off with a bunch of cylinders for the fingers and then kind of fuse them together as they go up. Of course, I have like some little bits here, like I have like a little indent here for the webbing of the fingers and stuff. But of course, the main thing is the thumb, which is like a little like anatomy section, which I really wanted to like kind of go into. So yeah, it's like the main reason why I don't want to make a hand from scratch is because it's like way too complicated. It's just like I already have this hand that works perfectly on its own, so I just want to keep that. But yeah, this is just like one thing I always want with the thumb is to have this kind of like crease in the bottom of the hand here, because that's like very cartoony. Like, you know, you always draw a character with like a kind of like bump over this area. So that's what I kind of aimed for in the design of this hand. The rest is pretty normal. It's kind of like designed for like it has like 13 edges around the end here, so so yeah, that's I mean, it's hard to explain like even how I did this in the first place. I just kind of like that a reference of someone else's hand and kind of just like built off what I felt like I needed for my hand. So this is like a kind of hand you'd only really create once you actually truly understand how topology works. Like even if you just understand the basics of topology, you don't really like get it truly. It's like hard to make something this ideal, but even then, this isn't as perfect as some hands are out there. So, but yeah, I'll put it in place. I'm not even gonna attach it to the body because that'd just be annoying. I don't think it's even possible really, because it's got two little, or two. The body has two little edges. Like that's fine. I mean, I guess comparing to her feet, that is like really big. But she's like a cartoon, like video game character, so that kind of makes sense. But her hands in her actual game are like really small. Oh, yeah, and this one's called hand small because I actually have a couple of different versions. I guess I could bring them in as well. There's kind of like different like presets. So like hand and hand big. So like I have a long hand, which is the normal hand where it's much more spread out normally. And this is the hand that I mauled first, and I kind of shrunk it down for the small hands. But then I also have the big hands, which are like much more like bulky. It have like a crease along the edge, so it kind of blocks out a bit, and has like the creases on the inside of the joints. So yeah, that's just kind of like why that is. I probably want to go and actually shrink them a bit more because her hand is like really tiny in the game. I was thinking of even giving her like 2 joints in the hand instead of 3, but yeah, someone's asking in chat about level design. So again, I have to reiterate, I know nothing about game engines at all, and I'm making this exactly just for just Blender animation in general. But I mean, I could like technically make a level design in Blender, but I don't really know how to program anything relative to like an actual game engine. So yeah, I don't know anything about that. So don't look to me for it. Just pull his fingers back. I don't really want to make them thinner because them being thin isn't really the thing that makes them look small. Like you see like the really tiny like actual fingers themselves is what makes it look small. So I guess that's probably good enough. Just keep it like relatively in line with the opening of that part. Maybe I could probably just leave it like that for now. I'd make it even smaller even. I probably should even, I don't know if should I really make her overall arms. I am gonna try and make this apply this to the torso. J. So I might actually make her arms a bit shorter. I feel like I always make the arms a bit longer than I should. That looks good enough. Yeah, someone else mentioned again that I'm not aligning with the reference pretty much at all anymore, because just I need to focus more on what looks good in 3D and not 2D. Because I am not good enough at 2D, like technical drawing, to get the proportions exactly right as to how they would be in the 3D space. I'm much more used to what I can see in 3D and just what looks good in 3D. Let's just deal with that and don't have to care about trying to get the reference right. I feel like you only have to care about the reference if you're like in a professional space. Like if you're like really like trying to be a professional modeler, then people will give you like a reference that you need to follow up exactly, and that'll be more a case where you need to follow the reference exactly. But when you're just doing things on your own, it doesn't really matter. And someone's asking about the Discord server. You can actually see in my link tree. I don't know if do I even have it linked in the stream chat or the stream description somewhere. But yeah, I have a Discord server where you can go with everyone else who's following me and asking for help with Blender and stuff if you want that. But yeah, that's... So yeah. It's a bit shorter. Let's try and make the frill this time. I feel like it is... Well, if I can just split this apart and then kind of... What I'll do instead is... No, I actually won't. I'll actually add... I was thinking of using the subdivision modifier to split this all apart, but I actually added loops along this way, which I don't want, so I'll just if I hit the mic. Split it here manually. It's all going to be moved anyway. I did see in her reference that she actually has like a loop around that part, so I could just add that if I wanted to, but it's not a big deal. So for frills, I always I need to keep this part at the top here very still, but I want to move this part out. Actually, I'll turn off the solidify as well to make it easier. So I want to move that out, move this down like right here, move it out a bit. Make it like that so they cross over each other, and just kind of repeat that process for the entire thing. Actually, probably should even get rid of that as well. Well, that is very... No, I should probably keep that on because I need to see what it looks like when it's all smoothed out. The subdivision will smooth this out a lot, so I'll have to deal with that. I think I'll give the outside ones an extra loop in the middle so they can spread out a bit more, and this part will be the... This isn't really like a frilly outfit, so it's kind of like the cloth being kind of bunched in. This not working anymore. There we go. I don't know what was happening there. And the inner part doesn't get a bit. Probably some add-on that does this automatically, but I can do it enough on my own, so it might as well not bother. What's that? Looks like it always, number of edges always works out in the end for me, but let's see. Let's see. Doesn't look like it'll be perfectly matched, but it'll be good enough. Yeah, there's gonna be 2 bits here, but who cares? Actually, what I could do instead is give that inner crease one more loop. Let's give it some more even variety. That should be good enough. Now it's almost too spread out, so I need to kind of pull it in a bit. Now it's like frills, even though it's not really frills, it's more like just cloth, bunch of cloth. Let's add the solidify back in, which will be screwing up completely because it doesn't like doing this, but I'll fix that in a second. Still really annoying to look at. I can pull these parts in the middle here. Actually, this part is kind of hitting against the thumb, so I should bring it out. I guess the outer part would kind of fan out a bit more. It's going to take a lot of editing. One part. I'm probably caring about it too much for right now. It's probably... I mean, I feel like it should be a little bit not fanning out that much. Or fanning out more, I guess. There we go, it's pretty good. I have to deal with the solidify. Let's see if we can turn it to complex. Yeah, that doesn't work as well. There's a lot of ways you can deal with this. The main way is just to make it not as thick. So I might actually create a solidify vertex group for this section. So I want some areas to be thick, although I guess it doesn't really matter that much if that part isn't that thick. Probably add a loop there. Just gotta... I guess I can technically add more loops if it doesn't work out perfectly, but it's not beholden into the upper arm. Actually, I feel like just going up here and smooth it. Shouldn't select that area. Let's probably put these areas up way too far up. That's probably good enough for now. I should focus on something else for a second. So I think I guess I could make our arm crease right here. Just because that's where the bit is. Crease it. Let's give it something to make it look like cloth. That's good. Just a tiny little bit goes a long way. And I was also thinking of adding a crease to like down here, like she has in her reference image where it kind of goes up like that. So I'll try to see, let's see, like that, like a little bit across. Which I feel like this would be like 1, and this would be like 0.5. I need to pull this out. I should make it extend past where the thing goes because of how weird the intersection between these 2 points are. Let's see. This part would probably face in a bit more. It's clipping into the pants. Let's go a little bit like a kangaroo pouch. I think it almost look better if it was on the back. Hold undo. I guess, fun fact, I guess you probably want to know. Does this even pop up? No, it doesn't pop up, whatever. But it can actually, if you go to Edit, Preferences, System, I think. Let's see. Yeah, memory, and memory and limits. There's an option where you can actually determine how many undo steps you can save. And I put mine up to 50, so I can go back really far. So if you want to undo a lot, you might want to do that. I'll actually add one in the back instead. And then right here, we'll do the 0.5. Oh yeah, there's one weird thing about this like menu up here for creasing, that it does it's like a mean crease. So it says the mean crease across here is 0.5. But actually, because I selected, this was like 0.5 crease before, it's actually now 0.67, and this part is actually 0.33. So it just like average it out. So you need to go down to 0 and then back up to 0.5 if you want this entire length to be 0.5. It's just a little weird, but who cares? There's some little ways you want to make the process just a tiny bit better, but sometimes you don't always know what is better. This is probably good enough for now. Should not. Definitely like a lot of the times when I'm like just like listening to a video or something, I could just keep editing the model for hours and hours. So I just need to stop myself at some point. That should be good. I feel like I should probably pull the bit. So I think that's good enough for now. Okay, I should probably do something else. Let's do the hat. Well, I probably should do the hair first and then the hat, but who cares? Well, actually, I should probably do the cape first because I'm already doing the clothes, but whatever. I'm going to do the hat now. It's going to be easy. Still have to do the material as well. So let's just go with cylinder of 12 around the edges. And let's do nothing. I never like having anything around the opening. And actually, one thing I could show off is radial kind of symmetry. I guess now that I realize, yeah, actually, no. If I did like this, hold on, model the hat like flat, and then I'll twist it onto the head. Where is the where the origin point is? No, it's down there. You don't really want to the model go too far away from the origin point. So one thing I can do is if I select all of these parts, those, complete this one, I can actually just use this one segment to mirror across multiple different ways to solidify. Mirror, and then mirror across the Y as well. So now I have a full cylinder that's actually being mirrored across like this. So the hat will never go across any weird dimensions. Put that there. Yeah, I need to actually rotate it into an object mode to make it fit the hat, or fit the head, so I'll do that later. Just talk about the Digital Circus finale. Yeah, I was there. Well, first of all, no spoilers, obviously, because even though it's free online, still people will not be able to see it for a while. So I will say, I was there day one, the June 4th, I think 4 a.m. showing. I think it was like the earliest available showing for the show, for the episode. So I was basically one of the first normal people to see it, at least. Had to see it instantly. Yeah, in the theaters. Of course, I rewatched it yesterday as well. So I think this will be good enough. Put that down there to replicate the placement of the band or whatever it's called. Pretty sure this still works in this kind of mirroring. Yeah, it does. Make it circle again. Let me just pull this in. And then this part will just need to solidify. And of course, solidify or subdiv ruins it all, so I need to add a crease of 1 to a lot of places. Crease of 1, I'll add a crease of 1 up here, but I'll make it smooth out a certain way. I need to make it smooth in the first place. Smooth that out up there. Or sharpen it more, like, I don't know why I'm saying smooth it out. I think that is good enough. I think I might see if I add a band like this. One on both sides. You can kind of control individually which one's which. Looks better. Make it a lot taller. It's good. They're asking if I'm going to smooth out the textures, which, of course, it always depends on what you mean by textures, because I don't think I'm going to actually use any textures for this model at all. I don't think there's any point where I actually want to use textures. Yeah, everything could be used with just materials and other stuff. So yeah, no textures, but yeah, I'm gonna keep the materials pretty smooth. I'll show you what they look like when I get to that point, because hopefully be soon. I usually actually add the material really quickly because I just want to, but since I'm doing this in like a tutorial-y kind of way, I am gonna like do everything in like phases a lot more. But yeah, that's probably good for the hat. Let's quickly do the cape. So grab like a big bunch around here, duplicate it out, and spread it. Cape. I didn't even name that. Kid's hat. Zero to flatten it out, just so I can change it manually. This is probably good enough for that. Just pull this part down, put that there, and then I'll have to pull this part down like this. You can see I definitely didn't even closely replicate the point of the cape, so I'll probably keep it a little bit up a little bit. In the reference, that is. I didn't replicate the position of the point of the cape in the reference. Keep it like that. Should be good for that. Probably even make this a 0. And put it on cage so I can actually see all the verts on both sides of the model. So I think I need to just put it right here. I should probably I'll add a loop here just so I can get the point of the cape nice. And a little bit more. So I also don't want it to be too like posed, because you're gonna rig it. And we'll do all the important stuff during the rigging process. The important like positioning in the rigging process. Yeah, when you want to go to the back side, you can actually press whatever, like one side or the other, and then press 9. 9 will flip it to the other side. Wait, did I just realize? How long has my screencast key's been off? It's been off for a while, I guess. I didn't even notice. Oh well, I wasn't really doing too many fancy key work. I can actually see it, everything I do. So I think I need to put this part over here. And this part will kind of be the part that curves down into the like cowl or whatever you call it. So I bring that up. Let's kind of model this out like this instead. I put that closer to the body when I get to that point. But I guess, yeah, to make it actually go down onto that side, I probably need to make it a lot wider. I could do it like in the 3D reference. Well, I guess in this case, actually, I didn't realize it actually kind of goes around, it hits it like more from this side instead of going up around. So I could actually do that. Yeah, let's do that. So put it down like this, probably put it down like here. And then this part will go across like this. That looks a lot better. Am I matching it up right? Yes, I am. And then we'll connect like to around here. Maybe around there, I guess. I feel like I like this a little bit more. I guess I'm saying that their teacher is not a fan of the solidify modifier, which funny to hear me say, or funny for me to hear, because I have like no professional like basis of what like a 3D modeling class is like, so I have no idea what like kind of weird kind of habits a professor or like teacher would be like implanting onto their kids or whatever. It's like so weird. So it actually looks good. And it'll go up around here and connect into the middle. I guess this kind of just, how do I do this? Let's fill in this part at least. Right, too far back. So I do need to pull some of this up for the, actually that looks fine. I guess, does this kind of really go up there that far? I think it would only go up here. That looks good. Keep that there so it smooths out that area. Someone's asking if I'm gonna model Bow Girl, but I do not think I am because her hair scares me. It's like genuinely like really tough to model hair like that, unless I want to do like a kind of like image-based kind of thing for it. But yeah, I have not mastered the air black hair yet, so I cannot. One day I'll eventually get something right, and then I'll be able to do it for everyone. But yeah, it is a step too far. It's like stylized black hair is like really tough to get right. It can very easily look like super like plasticky and just like a bunch of like balls like smushed together, but some people can get it really right. I just need to figure out what method I need to go for. Good, so I can now just go up here and do this. So I can pull out this bit. out to the side a bit. Of course, in like 2D, you can see I just kind of like, you know, effortlessly put this part of the cape up here against their cheek. But in reality, like, I cannot physically do that without like pulling it all the way up here or something. So that's why you don't always want to rely on 2D images for a 3D character. Just make whatever looks good in 3D first. It's the message of the entire stream. But definitely does not like this. Why is it looking so weird there? Why does this sound like Flintstones? This is not. No, it's not Silver Gunner. I just see a Silver Gunner for that. Pull it in a little bit. And I guess I have to disable clipping. See, this is what happens when merging goes too far. That looks really weird. If I just pull out some of these parts. And it probably looks fine, really. We need to care. I could even crease like right here. Give like some extra, or just like something else. Yeah, that looks good enough, I think. It looks very bald now. Okay, now let's create the little thingamajig in the middle. Break this apart and snip these together. And just pull it out like this. Now it's a little bulbous thingamajig. Smooth it out. And then I can also add a crease to the back. Wipe it full. A little thing. Circle that out, and then circle this part out as well. We got an easy little button. I should inset this so it's better shading. Well, actually, not inset, just extrude. It's breaking a lot, but who cares? It's normal. I guess I've screwed up the normals. Alt N, calculate. It's really screwing up. Wow. Why is it screwing up that bad? That is crazy. Let's see. I guess I could do it the normal way. This is the effort that goes into a tiny little button on top of the thing. Right, it's pretty high up. So that works. Now I can model the zipper. Let's see, how do I start it? Because I can just could probably just actually make it a flat shape and then the solidify will make it a full shape. I guess I want to make it like, yeah, but I won't do that. And then, so I want to make it like kind of fan out towards the bottom. I'll still make it in a 2D shape anyway. So this will be the part that goes from like here to here. Just out one more. It's down, across that point, blocking in this little shape. And this part goes across. And at least add one loop right there and there to get it a little bit more solid. And I want to flatten this out as much as I can. Very use this to flatten it out. Nope, it's too flat. How do I then? I guess I could actually extrude this out in the back already, and then it'll be a thing I could select. It's very bulbous. Flatten that out, and it'll be flat. Actually, I think I can select all of this and then flatten. And it'll be all on the same level. So that's good. Actually, I don't think I'll actually reduce some of this because I think I'll actually use creases to do pretty much everything. So right there and there. Actually, I want to select edges only. There and there. I think that edges will be one that I select anyway. Let's see if I think if I select all those and delete those. If I just add up one to all this. Yeah, not quite. This looks so weird. But because these areas don't want edges here. Do want, I'm just gonna select them manually. Trying to skip steps. That and there. Still isn't perfect, but it'll be better. I also want the. I don't know why it's doing that. It's this side that I need to. I feel like it's never done that before. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's because it's 0. So I think I guess I should probably select that. Why does this have stuff on it? I don't know why it has protect. But I have to take, oh, it does, might be because of the hands that has it, yeah. So delete all groups. Transfer that to everything. That's how things go. That is fresh. Add that as well. I need this one, so I need to put that in. Delete all locked groups. Why you just delete all groups? Delete all groups. Okay, so the eyebrows had it too, right? Yeah. So if I keep that and delete unlock groups. Just double checking. Yeah. Don't need that clicked anymore. So we just put a 1. Why can't I not? I guess because I have edge selected on. Why? Oh, it's locked, right? There we go. Solidify. So now that down. Now it's perfectly solid shape. So one thing I always forget to do is add a make sharp edge alongside that, alongside the creases, because I want the shape to be like perfectly. I mean, not perfectly, but it is like a metal like object, so we'll just do it anyway. What But what you can do is select one edge with a crease on it. Go to select similar, and vertex crease. And that's vertex crease, not edge crease. So I have to do that again. Select slimmer and vertex. Did it again. Wait, is it vertex crease? Vertex groups? Why can't I crease? I feel like I always do this every single time I know there's a way to do it because I do it a lot, but all by trait. This geometry increase by play side. Is it not vertex crease? Why is it? Because vertex crease is something different than edge crease, but I don't know why similar. I swear it worked before. Under connecting edges, vertex. I have no idea. Maybe if I just select edges only. Similar. Oh yeah, here we go. Don't know why that needs to be that, but whatever. And mark sharp. That's all sharp. And of course that looks way too sharp, even for like a sharp object, so I'm gonna not do that. But you learn something new, so add a crease to every edge, so it'll be a little bit more sharp, not too sharp. There we go. Now, this part is... Actually, I should not have that there until I pull it out like this. And this part. So I can pull this out. And that. Yeah, I don't really know whether the bevel or the crease is better. That's one of those things that's not like fully cut and dry, but like, yeah, I'm not fully sure. I never really use bevels, but let's see. Just bevel this out like this. Like, yeah, that then I'd have to like add a crease there anyway, and it looks weird. So yeah, I just rather do the creases. I feel like this is not. Whatever, let's kind of put it in place anyway and see what happens. Scale it up, but it looks pretty fine already. Looks fine. It's good enough. So now I think I'm not gonna bother adding like a actual like zipper. I'm just gonna kind of put like a line, a line right here. And that'll be the zipper. So it needs to be like something there, but I don't want it to be like too high detail. Should basically good enough. So just add a little bit of extra stuff. Another crease there, so this part is even more squared out. Should work. And then I just need a little thingy right here to... Is it... That look weird. Did I have that selected for the Solidify thing? Actually, probably should have it like that as well because it's a closed shape. Make this a real that I should have had before. And I just need a little square like right here to kind of like make it look like it links up. Let's make this like a full-on like creased object. Just this little tiny bit will be all I need for this. So we're not even going to really pay attention to this part anyway. Did I actually have the zipper go all the way up? Yeah, I did. It's like right there is probably good enough. Just have like a little extra little bit of... I always want the normal to actually work well enough, but like how is this average normal of everything here? Doesn't make any sense. More like this. Should probably be good. Let's see. Doesn't probably line up with the actual zipper, but who cares? And that's the zipper. So I feel like that's good enough for that. Like her entire clothes are done. So I feel like I just have the hair left in the materials. So I think that's... I'm totally gonna try and finish it all at once because it shouldn't take too long, but it's gonna be a little bit lengthy. It does feel kind of nice looking at it. My stylized material always kind of flattens everything out, so so having like this perfectly like flat, plain material for the whole body is kind of like satisfying to see the entire like the depth of everything. Yeah, someone asks if I have plans for making it original stuff, like original animated stuff. And of course I definitely do, because everyone always has their own little pilot concepts and stuff, but it won't be for a while, I don't think. Yeah, it won't be for a while. I'm actually gonna go to the bathroom before I start the hair so I can have a clear mind. Always need a clear mind. Turn off myself. back. There's one. All that's left is the hair. So of course we're going to use curves. So I think I'll hide the hat for now. I'll probably just quickly add some curves in for the sake of just spread out the lips just a tiny bit because they're a little pinched. I'll have to deal with that later when it gets to the actual like materials. It seems fine for now. Kind of gotten used to it, so I'll probably keep it like this. But I might do a Boolean mouth as well just to show it off. But I'll have to see. But yeah, hair. Add a curve. Like using paths, but Beziers can work as well. So, hair path. So I think it'll be kind of weird because I think I can use curves for her like bangs as well, but the back of her head is gonna have to be fully modeled, and also her ponytail is gonna be a bit of a curve, but edited. Yeah, let's get started. Let's put the curve in place. Actually, should probably, yeah, just start with a basic object. A circle. Get everything in place. I don't think it'll be. Actually, I'll definitely have to use it for the hair, for the bangs at least. But I feel like the sideburn things are kind of like have their own thickness anyway, so it doesn't. I don't really think I want a flat thing like that, but we'll see. See, I just get a lot of things in place. The general shape of everything's up way too high. Let's pull everything down. And then of course you can actually mirror this stuff, but it's weird because you can't actually apply the mirror. So like you see it's like in place, but then if you try to go and apply it, I think it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't want to apply it with curves, so it's just for planning purposes. So yeah. So let's select everything and move them forward a bit. This will be like around there, and this will be there. I think it'll be thicker here as well. I'm not gonna try and make the curve version of the hair too perfect, because I feel like a lot of this hair is necessarily going to need to be edited in like a mesh form. So, and of course, one problem is that her bangs are not symmetrical. So I'll do that already, but at least you know. So duplicate that, and then I can go to 3D cursor and then scale across the 3D cursor, -1, -1 on the X, scale X, -1. That's on the normal. I need to be on global. So scale X, -1, global, yeah, 3D cursor. So that's a good start for that for now. Now there are different things, so I need to grab them at the same time and scale them out. Yeah, for the bangs, I'll at least have one thing up here. No, so what should probably delete these because I don't want too many spots. What's that? That's so weird. So I'll try and like kind of just flip it like that, and then up here a bit more. That's good. So we kind of need 2 views. When it looks, so you can see what it looks like without all the stuff on top of it. Also, because I might as well just mention it in the video, but I'm pressing Z to turn this stuff on and off. But actually, it's not that by default. It's this button right here that does it. I just manually set that to the Z key because I use it a lot, so yeah. And of course, in the reference right here, I put this part of the hair way up high because it was going to intersect with the eye in that case, but since the eye is so far down and in a different place, I just need to ignore that pretty much. Probably should even just hide the reference in that side. So that's a good enough start for that part. And then for the tiny little bit right here, just be like probably put inside of the hair a little bit. Be a lot bigger. Also be play one more side. You're right. It's just a tiny bit. Well, I should be applying the shape to it, but that in a second. And delete this. Way bigger. This is why I need this to be flat, because this is not flat there. Yeah, it's already looking pretty decent, so I can now just, as you can really tell, there's a lot of like little things you can do with your character to make them like look a lot more appealing. Like if you just didn't like model the like any part of the hair, and like you easily tell like how like unappealing that is compared to how it is when they're not all visible. Like there's a massive difference there. So if you ever feel like your character's like kind of unappealing, like in this like beginning stages, you kind of want to like add all this appealing stuff to the character to make them like feel the appeal. And that'll probably trick your brain into liking it a lot more. So yeah. Yeah, it's definitely look a lot weirder without the hair there. So I was going to add a circle. Circle. Just make this flat. Turn this to a vector. I think H is the... Nope. B is it? Yeah. Vector and... Vector. Spread these out a bit. Spread them out on the y-axis. Spread it y-axis. And scale these on the x-axis. Oh, that doesn't work. Sometimes it doesn't work. But I do it like this instead. It's just those things are really stupid like this. I want to scale them in, but I can't do that when they're both selected. I need to do them individually. This is just for like a starting point anyway, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much. So object as your circle. So now I can do a lot more stuff that actually might scale Y, become a bit thicker. Now I need to edit everything. I can also even get ahead. You can just scale them all in manually like this. It's at least closer to where it should be. And I scale in this case. Actually, I should check and see any scale mishaps. Nope. All of my changes were in edit mode, so all the scale has remained the same the entire time. So let's go over and make sure all these are scaled properly and twisted properly with Control T. This one will be a very small one. Control T. Control, it's Alt T. It's It's not Alt T, it's Control T. It already looks way better. It's Alt R. Pressing a bunch of buttons. My brain is scrambled. It just looks worse, but. And Alt S. It's Alt S and Control T. It already looks a lot better. It's probably a little bit smaller. So I think I can make this point a little bit more inward. I'm definitely gonna add a crease at this point when I get to the physical part, the mesh part. And a little bit, because yeah, it needs a lot more thickness there, but I don't want to add thickness to the bangs, so I just need to care about it later. Of course, getting this part is not mirrored, so I have to deal with that again, but I'll probably add that in a second once I get more polished with it. This probably needs to be a lot thinner. Whenever it's like really thick and curved like this, it gets that really weird kind of like point to it. But I'll fix that when it becomes a mesh, so I don't really need to care. I also like having it so there's a little lip there, the appeal of it. So I can now do the ponytail. Take this longer part. Well, I guess it might be a shorter thing, I guess. So I'm going to do a lot of editing, and well, that's what I need the side reference for. So it'll be like here. And kind of like fan out a bit. I can subdivide it. It's control points or segments. Yeah, subdivide is in segments. Put that. Yeah, it's gonna look a lot really weird until I get to the right point. Yeah, that's gonna look really weird. I'll actually scale it on the, flatten it on the x-axis. Actually, you can use the 3D cursor for that. Get like 0, then it's in the middle now. Honestly, it could look pretty good. It's like a flat kind of thing, but whatever. So I think that's kind of all the curves I want for the hair. It's gonna be a lot of editing to be done in mesh mode, but yeah, I should really mirror this, I guess. Duplicate, scale, x, -1. That's good. And of course, there's no normals to worry about because it's just a curve. But yeah, I'm going to try and... I guess I don't really know if I need to. But usually when it comes to like normal hair, I kind of like try to use this all into one big mesh. I don't really know how necessary that is. But yeah, whatever. I'll figure that out. Like, it'd be good to show how I fuse the hair anyway, but... I don't know why I'm fixing it so much when it's just going to be edited later, but okay. So I think the next part is I need to get a piece of the head, or the part back here. Although actually, if it's all going to curve into... If it's all going to curve it, or like focus into the ponytail section, I might need to kind of create a separate thing. Actually, this part is very flattened out. Doesn't really matter, but... Okay, I need to... think about internally what it looks like. It's all gonna be covered anyway, so just no need to care, but I'm going to care anyway. I'll just do it. Add a cursor to select it, and then add a... I think I can actually use a circle. I think I'll need maybe... Don't need too many, but... Scale it in. Merge in the center. So now I can like extrude yet. Just extrude this out. Still need to register the movement. Cover the head with this. The problem is going to be, how do I make it like kind of bend into the face perfectly? I think I could just pull this part up here and then keep expanding out. And then I can actually go from like here only, extrude up to this area. That should work. Fix it all later. So now when I add creases, it'll actually like kind of focus the hair into this area. That's like a solve for the right topology. If the hair was going to be flat, I could just kind of copy the head shape, but the head shape isn't like perfectly correct for this, so I can't really use it where it is. All right, I didn't mirror it. Let's mirror it now. Clipping and put into each other. So yeah, let's see. I think that'll work. I'll probably pull it out a little bit more. I'll probably use this part with like this weird point in the back of the head that I like. I always like the hair being a little pointier than you'd expect. Subdiv. Solidify. And shade smooth so I can actually see what's going on here. It's probably way too thick. Pretty good. I'll just pull it straight back into the ponytail, so there's nothing really extra I have to do there. Well, solidify to go before that, so yeah. And then also need to add the creases. I'll just do like a 0.5. Actually, yeah, I'll probably only do the inner part. So you can see like it's like flat on this side, but curving in on this side. That's a little bit better, I think. Up a bit. I like take this and like shoot it inwards a little bit so it never like kind of faces outward. So it's like 4 hours now. It always feels like less when you're like listening to a video or something, but I think that's good because the like going into the head here, but it's being covered by this part of the hair, so I don't really care. Actually, I think I could pull out these parts to the side. I think I might actually connect the sideburns with the scalp part thing, but I'll see how easy that is. It's not looking a little too weird being wide like that, but I guess it is the hat compared to it, so I could probably put the hat into place now. So if it's like that, and I can just, now I can think about what I actually need to care about for the sake of, yeah, things look normal. Make it even thicker, I think. So I can get rid of it. So let's add the creases to this part in the back. Let's put them like right here, like right here. Crease there, and then just kind of Alt-S scale them in. And then I can also add a sharp, of course. So now it has like the kind of pinch look that I can add. I can add the, I should probably add the tie here as well. The creases on that. So we need to flatten it out. Circle it out and flatten and just scale it out like this. No creases either. They're sharp. Could even probably, yeah, it looks weird because I didn't delete the inside faces. Easy. What's that? And then just pull them back together. Wrong buttons. Now I can actually delete half of this stuff because the tie does not need this much geometry. Oh, it's still a messed up here. Delete, dissolve. Pieces. Come here and cover it. So now I can just. I might add some creases to this part. Let's see. They're just like a 0.5, so it's not like a perfect sharpness. Now I'll add 2 in the middle here and shrink them in. Now it's just circle that out. It's breaking it, but I'll fix that. I don't know how it, I don't always just like kind of perfectly align it with the mirror, but whatever. I can also pull these in. I think I'll actually extrude and pull them in and then make that part has like a little bit more depth to it, I guess. I don't know. Like scribe it. Actually, then I might do that and then scale this part out, make it like that, so it has like some thickness. Then I'd probably keep that there. Yeah, so it's like a tie, but it's not like an actual tie. It's kind of like a cylinder, but it's like it looks like a tie. And do the same on the back. So I can just judge where all is myself. I don't need to actually see everything. I guess I should probably, I think the middle part would be a little bit smoother, so I'll keep that off. Add 1 to that. And sharp. should get rid of the path. Yes, it's not a circle. Circle. And pull it in. The normal should work here. Yeah, so we can pull this in easily. And it breaks right there. I don't know why. Should be good enough for the hair tie. Line it up correctly. She doesn't have a very notable hair tie anyway, so I'll just keep this very in the back. So we have to kind of mesh this into the shape of the hair. That should look good. So now the last thing to do is just turn the hair part into a mesh and fix it all up. Even though I'm not even really moving my back that much, it's still hurting anyway, because that's just how the world works. The tenseness of being on stream is enough to make my back hurt. So turn this down to like 2. I do not want that much geometry to start off with, at least. I just go here and bring this one down to like 2. So there's a lot less geometry to work with. Now, okay, convert. I should copy and then convert to mesh. I could save that and then convert to mesh. Now this is gonna be hair mesh. I don't really think there's any situation where I need the hair path anymore, but you never know, so just keep it there. Now I can see how easy it is going to be to edit everything. So definitely for this part, I need to spread it out. Oh yeah, and also I need to, well, is normal going to work? Not really. Actually, I could even use view here. View. That's going to be like slightly more exactly on the side there, but it's not really that good. I can at least show you the shear tool. Shear. I need to kind of do it like this. Just like that. Now it looks normal again. I also need to go down here and make sure this part is connected in. Let's go ahead and select this part and merge at the center. Now it's a fully connected point. I'm gonna get rid of this because I'm gonna mirror it. I didn't want to go through here and merge the center. Merge at the center. Merge at the center. Merge at the center. And this part will merge at the center as well. And also here. Merge at the center. This part is really screwed up, so I'll quickly just go ahead and like get all that and smooth it out. I can start dealing with normal like that. I think I'll split this into a part that I'm going to mirror and the part that I'm not going to mirror. So this part, I'm going to split it here and delete this side. It needs to split on both sides. I have to pull this out to like here and then flatten it, and I'll fix that later. And the origin point is all the way over there because I screwed up. So I should definitely cursor to world origin. You can even edit the specific placement of it, like right over here in the view in 3D cursor section. So let's put it up a little bit so it's in the middle of the head, and then set origin to 3D cursor. Now it's in the middle perfectly. And then mirror. Oh, it is rotated weird. Let's see. Yep, rotation is weird because I rotated it in the object mode as a curve. So I need to apply. We'll get rid of this first and then Control A, apply rotation. And now it should work. And I was apply rotation here as well. Okay, apply rotation. And scale is weird too, so that's need to apply scale and then apply scale. And then is this gonna be weird? This is rotated a bit weird too, so apply rotation. The scale is fine though. So I can edit this easily. Right in the middle there. Even smooth this out a bit now. So now let's pull this all out. Yeah, this soul's on view for a bit, so it's probably why something a bit weird. Let's move this up to this kind of part, and then this to that part. And move this back. The reference is still good enough for something, but obviously I'm gonna edit a bit more after this, so. Which should probably be good. I'll just kind of shrink it down here. Let's add a septive to see what it looks like. It'll obviously kind of shrink in a bit, but that's a solidify. Septive. So I can see you definitely need to make this part sharp again, just pull out this part, the edge sliding. And then for this part, I'm going to pull it out a bit more to compensate for the subdiv. And then I can even like get a crease there to give it a bit of sharpness. 3.545. That looks kind of good. I think I definitely need to pull this into the there. It might look a little weird, like too sharp. Maybe if I just kind of did it like more like this, I guess. That looks a little bit better that way. And then for this part in the crease right here, because of course in the thing I drew a little crease like that, so I can go in here and then add a crease here, and then scale it in. Hit through Alt-R. Alt-S. Don't need that to scale in, but I mark sharp up there. And I can move these parts to kind of fill in that part. Let's probably pull this out a bit more. Smooth out the crease. Maybe a little bit too little geometry here, but I don't really care. That's a little representation of the crease I drew in the reference. Maybe I need to make this part a little bit more wide. This part thinner. And I also had it for this part down here. So what I did for like all of my other characters is that I kind of like split this part apart and then like split it there. And I can actually redo this part down here. Like create like a separate kind of strand. And then over here I can fill in these spaces on the inside. So I need to go like this part, extrude it, and then pull it into the middle. Like a edge in there, and split this there, and then do it again to get it there. Let's combine these. Select it. There it is. Probably too long, but it doesn't really matter because it's going to be it's a ponytail anyway. And fill it in. And I probably need to dissolve that vertice right there because that's going to look weird. And dissolve that again. So now I have two different little thingies I can edit separately. I definitely want to create a crease like right there, and then pull it up here. And then pull this part in a little bit. Which I need to get a sharpness in the middle. That looks much better. It's the wrong side, that's why it's moving weird. You guys can kind of see how it's like the line kind of goes down the entire thing, but I don't want it to actually extend that far. Should probably just keep it like that, that's fine. Just screw that in. Bring this up. Looks really well, so I can add back some sharpness to that part. Same for this side. I need to see through to actually get this part back down. Oh, it doesn't need to be that sharp. I don't even know why I kept this view on the side this entire time. I think that'll be good enough for now. So someone asked in chat how I'm going to animate the cloak. I'll obviously explain it more tomorrow when I'm actually going to rig everything. But I am just going to put, like, you know, bones down the length of the coat and just kind of animate them that way. So yeah, I'll explain that when I get to that tomorrow. Pull this ball part out. Get rid of clip crease. Probably too much in the front. Yeah, I'm going to use Rigify for all that, because it is very handy. I use it for everything. Fit the reference a bit. I feel like it's a little too flat on that side, but I'll see how it works. So I'll probably have to do the same thing I did for the ponytail for this part of the bangs. Without the bangs, so the sideburns. They're not even like really sideburns, they're just kind of like just the hair. Kind of curve in the middle here. It feels too... I get on the inside, but I don't really get on the outside. Just do it like that. So it kind of has to go a point to it, like it goes sharp on this side and curved on that side. That's what a lot of people will say goes for good appeal. It's like having a difference between a sharp and a curve, a sharp side and a smooth side. Probably keep that there as well. Definitely having a sharp side for the hair is a good thing to give a good appeal. Yeah, it's definitely 4 hours is pretty good for a full character modeling, honestly. So It definitely feels like a long time, but once I get the materials done, I'll go off and we'll do the rigging tomorrow. So that'll be the plan. The materials shouldn't be that bad because I'm just gonna reuse my main materials and do like a couple things just to show off how they're used. I think the playlist reset itself, so I'm gonna shuffle it. I still think this is almost a little too sharp on this side. It feels too like unnatural. But probably be fine. Let's split it off here. Just split it off here because I don't want it to be like too long of a thing in the middle. You can see it like splits off like another like kind of the entire edge attached to these verts. So okay, pull these down across. I guess spam F because it's not mirrored across the inside, but I can also a crease there to add a loop there. Pull these out to make it look a little bit more voluminous. So that looks a lot better. Shrink this in a bit, maybe. Yeah, that's probably all I really need. See if I crease the outside and see what happens. If I had a sharp there, it'll look normal. Nope, it does not. So I'll just deal with it. Let's see what it looks like when I add the hair material, because that's all that matters. Should probably go in here and flatten this out. Inside needs to be flat. Probably should actually get rid of the crease on this side because it's just not going to affect it at all. Pretty good. It's a lot less sharp than my drawing is, but in 3D I think it looks better this way. Even scale this up a bit here, maybe. Pull these out because I kept going back and forth on this part. Yeah, that's that part done, I think. So I think now I can just do the bangs, which I think will be pretty simple. Do all the same stuff. You can even add. I don't want the mirror, so I'll just add the subdiv. So it's definitely, yeah, I can see how the subdivision like shrinks in the bits here because this is how the curve makes it. So it kind of just shrinks it in, but it smooths out. So I just need to, you can just go in and select everything and just Alt S scale it out a bit to get it some thickness back and make it look normal again. So I think well, first of all, I need to find the end point of the circle that I made. That's like right here. I'll add a sharp point to it to like kind of recuperate that bit of the the model. So like that'll be good. So now I can go in here at a crease of like 1, and then that'll like recover a lot of the points on this side because we're lost in the subdiv modifier. So now I can just kind of pull these up so they're yeah, it's on. So pull them up. Select through it, but it's annoying to select through this like giant, like massive stuff. So someone asking me how I make the subdivs. For this point, I actually just kind of take one of these points, kind of add a crease there, just add some like solidify to it, not solidify it, but just keep it like there, I guess. And just grab one of these, edge slide down, and then sharp again. So that's how you do that. I'm just gonna adjust the curve so it looks normal again. And I want to edge slide this down, but this will slide this point, the tip of the thing down as well, so I don't want that. Moving the tip. I'll just get rid of that and then move it down like this. And scale it out a bit so it's a little thicker. I think I'll probably need something to... This one definitely shouldn't be this thick. So kind of got caught up with the other ones. It's really sharp, I think. Yeah, the purple edge is a crease. Like a cyan edge is a sharp. Like this is what a sharp looks like on its own, but then the crease is the purple part. I can add a sharp and a crease. But I think it's a little too sharp for what I'm going for, I think, so... Yeah. It is sharp, but it's not like the sharp function, so it's, yeah. Yeah, creases are like the best. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people, I mean, I don't really know like the general actual like interpretation or like the opinion on creases, but I feel like the snooty professionals would say that you shouldn't use them at all, but they're there, they work, so I like using them, so I don't know. So I think that's probably good enough for now. See how much I'm like editing. It's doing a lot of work. Yeah, they always like instead of doing like any of this, they'll just kind of like take a curve and then kind of move it down like this to make it sharp. But I feel like it's sometimes kind of hard to like kind of make that work in some weird like little situations, so it depends. Yes, I don't. Yeah, like I said, I don't fully know whether it's actually like an actual opinion that people have, or maybe it's just like one person on Reddit that had that opinion and just assumed that he was like the spokesperson for like all like professional people. But yeah, I don't really fully know if it's actually like a general opinion, so take it with a grain of salt. Since this part's going into the head, I don't really need to care about that, but I think that looks good for now. Let's see how it looks with the reference. Yeah, it looks good enough. It's a little bit less out there. Yeah, the thing about subdivision is that it's like you do want your model to be smooth, but appealing models are actually just smooth in the exact right places. So you have to know when places need to be sharp and when places need to be smooth. But the subdivision just smooths everything out no matter what. So you really need to like fine tune it to your own specifications. Should I need to keep it so it stays on top of the eyelash, but it probably doesn't matter that much. I think this part will be like a very like kind of blobbed out section, so I think I'll keep it smooth like that and just kind of pull it down. I probably need to pull it down a little bit just so the shading is a little bit better. Stretching my hands enough. I could feel the pain in my fingers. Good. You kind of see that the crease is pointing out a bit there, so do that. So now I have to wonder that. Yeah, I'll save myself some pain, and I won't try to fuse these curves together because the hat is covering up the area anyway. So just go up here and extrude this out and merge them inside. Now they're just kind of falling into the scalp area. Get closed so it doesn't like look weird, but I'll still have to adjust them a little bit. Won't look perfect when her hat is off, but it'll look fine when her hat is on, so that's all that matters. But for the sideburns, I'll have to think about it. So let's see if that hat on just looks completely normal. No one would ever think anything's weird up there. Let's see. I kind of think, let's see with the hat. I just like make these extend up a bit more. And just kind of make them like kind of mesh in with the. Yeah, I think it's look better and be a lot easier. One day I'll have to show how I use these hair strands together, but this is not going to be the time. This is already a lot of work. So it looks good there. It looks decent there. I guess I could just apply the mirror and edit them separately, but it's like one of those things that you as the modeler is going to care about, but no one who's actually going to engage with this model in any like outside media is going to like notice that like even remotely anything is weird going on there. So just have to choose what you want. Okay, might want to make this part a little bit flatter. Yeah, I mean, I am honestly getting pretty tired, but it is like I'm getting so close to this actual stopping point, which is the materials, which I think I'm gonna do like in like a second. I'm just gonna keep going until I do that. Even when I like model normally, I do take a lot of more breaks than this, but since I'm on the stream, I am kind of going through it a lot more like entirely, I guess. There's no breaks. But I feel like this is good enough to like just at least go through the process of doing the materials. I could adjust this all later. So yeah, let's say this is pretty much the main part of the model done. It looks pretty decent. I just realized I didn't do the inside of the mouth. I'll do that really quick because it doesn't take that much effort. So I wasn't really sure about the actually. No, I'll do that after I do the materials, because if the materials ruin the mouth, then I'll want to change it. So I think this looks pretty good for a basis, so let's do the materials. Let's actually dump the hair path, the circle, that's the scalp. I should change that, scalp. I'll hair mesh 0.001, so this is the bangs. And this is like the, no wait, this is the bangs. What? What's it called, bangs? I don't know why I selected the other one. No, I need to change the other one first. So we'll call this hair mirror because it's the mirrored part of the hair. And then bangs. And then the Bezier circle can go in unused. Eyelashes, eye mirror, all named correctly so I can turn off the unused collection. Now everything's hidden perfectly. Even probably shrink this in a little bit. Why not? And then apply scale. So now let's hopefully make sure the materials don't ruin everything. Actually, I do think I remembered something. I was going to do a crease like right here. I guess here's where I could just use a bevel. So I want to, like in the reference, I had some creases right here to show. It's like cloth, I guess, but I'll add some creases. Not creases, well, creases and bevels. So for something like this, I'll just like bevel, let out, and then add one loop. And then actually use minus to put it down one, and then add crease, and then scale it in. And that creates like a very quick and easy sort of crease there, even though it's very sloppy geometry. It just doesn't really matter that much. You don't really need to care about it that much. But it's very sloppy right there. Also, I'll try and pull it down a bit. Yeah, that's better. It's cloth anyway, so it will probably bunch up there anyway. E and sharp. Sharp. Make sharp, not clear sharp. Clear sharp. That should cover up, make sure that nothing peeks through the inside there. Someone mentioned AI in the chat. Yeah, I feel like there's no real, I mean, like you said, there's a case to be made for making a reference image, but like even then it's like the AI does not know how to make a good reference image either. It's still just like, yeah, there's really no use in like resorting to AI for the sake of a reference image, I don't think. you really just accept that you're not going to draw your character perfectly and just give yourself a little bonus point or bonus, like what am I trying to say? Like just like do it yourself, or singing in chat, like hire an artist to do it for you. So there's always going to be an artist that wants to do something like that, but it's actually I'm already adding a bunch of stuff, but I do think the more creases to make the thing look a lot more glothy, because it looked very flat before, because I forgot to add a lot of this stuff. That should look good. So you don't really need much more than that. Should be good. So now I should do the materials. So let's do materials. So instinctively just trying to think. Need to prevent myself from doing anything else. I just want to adjust everything. Now let's do materials for real. So I'm not going to recreate a lot of my materials from scratch, because that's going to be a lot of work. I just want it to look good in the end. So I'm going to reuse the materials that I made for myself a while ago. I'll just bring them all in to show them off. I'll explain how they're made, but it obviously is a lot to like set up, so I'm just gonna kind of show off which is which, or what is what. So for one, I'm going to take them from my base file that I have in my Gumroad, like the exact materials themselves. So I'll have black, gold. Obviously you can't see when I'm clicking, but black, gold hair, even the outline, I guess, the skin, and the white color. And that's all the materials. So I can start applying them everywhere just to show them off. So I think this is the white, black, hair, the skin, and then also the skin for here. And the simple stuff is going to be there, so the black here as well. I'm already seeing that I need to readjust the lights for this, but and then I think all the the gold I'll need to do it for the. It actually looks pretty good as a gold material. And all the simple stuff back here. Hair. Okay, so first I need to bring these lights down because they're calibrated for like a much brighter scene. So I just need to see what this looks like. Let's bring this down so it looks good and move it in like the front. Should still look fine, I think. This is always something you want to. It's like the room light. So yeah, also need to adjust the. Now that we have the full body there, put the camera in place so it looks normal. So, you at least apply the white here, and then I can. Actually, I should also set up an outline. So, solidify for the outline. I'll call it outline so I know what it is. Make it +1 always on the offset, no matter what. Normals flip. Materials, put it up to like something big, and everything else, thickness clamp. I think it always looks better with thickness clamp, so I'll do that, but I'll show what it does. And then in the thingy, put the outline material there. Now it has an outline. So I think that will look good. How bit thick can I make it? Because I feel like she could go with a pretty thick outline. I'll put it like that and just see what happens. What was I going to show? Oh yeah, the thickness clamp. So you can see that right here, it's kind of like thinner. Thickness clamp kind of makes it so it snaps into place, and it has like a variation in the thickness, so it looks normal. It's very useful. So I'm gonna select everything, or everything major, I think. I think it won't work with the clothes right now because it'll have it needs the color already, but I'll copy to select it anyway. So then I can add white and then outline. And then outline. This outline. Outline. This needs an outline. Outline. This needs white and an outline. Outline. I could actually find a way after doing histrionic how to link up all the materials together, but I'm still just kind of used to doing it like this, just very manually. So now you can see the outline and everything. It changes the thickness a lot, but I think it looks good that way. No, I don't use the freestyle because the main thing is that I think freestyle looks too like flat. I mean, I'm sure there's ways to make it look normal, but I like this because it has a lot of like line variation. And of course, I can see it without having to render it out, obviously. So yeah, I prefer that. This is called the inverted hole method a lot more. Did I not do it with the bodies? The body yet. The skin, but I need the outline. That's the black, not the outline. There we go. So yeah, these are my materials that I've created for myself. And they're set up to be very useful. I have like a whole thing set up. So it's gonna take a lot. Well, for one, obviously I can mention that I have a video explaining this whole material process. Actually went through like rebuilding the material with the parts kind of separated out. So yeah, if you really want an explanation of how to actually rebuild this from scratch, that video is probably better, but I'll at least explain how to use this and what it's doing. So basically I have a node group in here that does all the complicated stuff, but on the outside I have the colors for everything and also the texture that I can change on like a material by material basis, which I'll explain in a second. And then right here I have the color attributes that are used in this thing. So you can go in here and press tab to actually go inside and see what it's doing. So this is all the different parts that are being used here. They can use a function to show each part as it comes out. So for one, the base color is coming out here. It's being plugged into these parts, or up here and here. I don't really think it matters that it's up here, but down here it matters. So you can see right here, if I go to this part and press Shift, Alt, right, left click, there we go. You can see it plugs it into the end. So this is exactly what this exact node is doing. So this is a very basic principled shader with like some highlights down here to make it like very bright, but it still has some like smooth shadows here, so that's good. And the blush, there's blush here and the texture here if you ever want it, but I don't usually use them too much. But then for the shadows, it has like a separate shadow thing on top of it. So shadow here, this is actually applying after the shadow, so I'll click the other one in a second. So I can see it just layers the shadow on top of the other thing. Like this is what it's doing. This is what it actually is creating here. It's creating like a white area where the shadows should be. So I can just apply that very basically on top of what we had down here. And it'll apply everything on top of that. And also use like the multiply type here, which is what I use in 2D to create shadows. So it looks a lot like how I have it in 2D, which is nice. And I have like parts here for like edit the shadow color. Like over here is like the extra dark areas, which I'll explain in a second, but I have to show the highlights as well. If I click this, I can see there's like little highlights being applied here. But I made it so it only uses color attribute to show where the highlight is being applied. So if I go into like a better angle, let's see where it gets really big. I guess you can kind of see, like, yeah, this is where the highlight would be on the model. So if I plug this in again, you can see it'll disappear. Takes a while because this stuff takes it's a very laggy kind of material, but it's only laggy when you wait. Did it? Oh, I plugged it into the wrong thing. Viewer. I don't. What is this? I don't know what the viewer is for. Group output viewer. Shift alt click. Viewer. Yeah, whatever. So you can see that the highlight isn't there anymore. But to make a color attribute is like the main function that makes this like whole material very useful. So you just go to vertex paint mode with everything. I can create color attributes, which are literally just, you know, painting a color onto the vertexes themselves, which is why it's called vertex paint. So as you can see here, the color attribute it's looking for is called shiny. So I'll make an attribute, call it shiny. Exactly, it needs to be capital and everything, and make it black by default. So black means it won't apply a shiny part there. But if I go into the tool and take a white, I can paint it on, and I can see it's applying a little shine there, which is exactly what this part was putting out, but it's being revealed by the color attribute. So if you don't want if you want the cheeks to be shiny, but you don't want the nose to be shiny, or you want the lips to be shiny, you can choose where the shininess is. And yeah, it only appears wherever the white is. I'll delete a lot of that because that is too shiny. So one thing I can do is down here with the blush, this blush determines where the blush is being applied. So add one, call it blush. And now with a strength of 0.1, I can just go in here and kind of tap in some blush. At least I think it's working. Yeah, it should be working. It's probably just 2, right? Oh, I'm doing the shiny still. Dang it. Didn't it apply blush? Blush. And now it should work. Yeah, I can see now it's applying blush. It'll be nice to add some variety to the skin color, but I'll go over the shiny because I don't think. Give her some cheek blush, but not too much shininess. Make it even smaller, like 0.05, because it really see how the thing affects it. Of course, there's no textures, no special setups or anything. It's just add a vertex group to anything, set it up right with the black base color and also the name correct name, and they'll be perfectly working instantly. So that's why I like it. It's almost too. Oh yeah, she also has a blush on the nose as well. I can do that. Looks good, I think. It looks actually pretty good, yeah. Probably even do a shiny bit there. It's good enough just to have a tiny little bit of shininess there, not too much. Yeah, so to keep the rest of the explanation going, basically this part right here changes the color of the shadow, so I'll do that here. So I put in shadow color 2, and that'll add it in. You can see here it'll turn normal color, so you can see it's activated. If I paint here, it should. It's not working. Oh, it's because it's mirrored. This side doesn't exist, so you can't paint on it. I have to paint on this side. So it's painted on the ears and stuff because it painted through the model. But if I paint down here, you can see it actually changes the shadow color, so it's more bright. So if you ever want to have an area that's more brightly shadowed in the other places, you can have that. So it's nice. Which is another thing I like doing in my 2D art as well. And the best part the AO, or ambient occlusion section. So basically it has like a normal ambient occlusion, like if you see right here. It's not Shift Alt, it's just Shift Alt click. So you can see it's adding a bit of shadow where areas where it's like intersecting with another object. But I also made it so you can actually add in your own AO, like manually with the color attributes. So if I create a thing called AO. Well, for one, I also set it up so actually I didn't go through it for some reason. AO. Add that, and then there. But for one, I made it so it only applies to the shadows. So if I'm painting on the face here, it doesn't apply anything there. But if I apply down here, you can see it's making the shadow darker. And that's really good for like isolating different parts. Like I really want the area down here to be extra dark because you don't really see it that much. But I don't really want it to be up here too much, so I'll get rid of that here with like a 0.3. So I kind of create it like down here. It's really good at like kind of separating different areas. And back here, since this is going to be very dark back here, I can add it back here. So yeah, now it's extra dark back here. But it'll still become a normal skin tone when the light shines on it, so it doesn't like intrude on anything. Just really nice to have. Can't get rid of all the stuff that was not supposed to be there in the first place. So yeah, that's the best part of it. It really lets you like fine tune how the shadows go and where everything is without needing any kind of materials whatsoever. I could even like go up here and add a extra shadow down up to where hat kind of intersects with it. Or why is it not letting me do that? I'm using black, of course. So yeah, add some there. Now that area is much darker. It kind of helps like kind of separate that area from the rest of it. So I could add some like down here as well to give some extra bit to the underside of the hair. So yeah, it's really, really nice. And then on top of that, I have like a rim light on the side right here. That's pretty obvious. But yeah, that's basically how all these materials work. Well, at least for the hair, they have different functions. Because obviously you want like to have like the streak across here, which is like really useful. That's what this setup is up right here. So this part kind of creates what's called anisotropy, where like the lighting kind of shines across the area because technically hair is like a bunch of like little like strands going down this way. So the light kind of shines across like this, or as it looks like it does. So this little setup right here creates that fake effect. And of course this part actually adds some hair strands, and then it kind of like multiplies it on top of that. So it kind of has like a slightly more like influence kind of look to it. But I mean, the rest of it is basically the exact same setup with the same, I guess, I do have like this setup for like a light and dark side, which I can like change like the tone of the hair to be more light and dark if I need to. So I go in here and do like a vertex paint, like the normal attribute, call it dark side, and add that. And then add a little bit of variation to the tone of the hair. I think it'd be more like dark is up here, and then light would be at the bottom. That's only applying to that part, of course. So you can see it kind of makes it, you can't really see it, honestly. I guess, yeah, you can see it now. Made the thing a little bit darker. And then go down here, go for light side. And of course, it's always black base, painted white, no matter what it is. So take the brush and paint it down here, and I can see it goes a little bit lighter down this side. So it's really nice for creating like a variation in the hair, because hair isn't always just one plain color across the entire thing, except on cartoon characters, obviously, but it's always nice to have like a little bit of variation, so I'll keep it like this. But yeah, that's base. I think the gold material that I have here is actually just much the same. I just have the highlight a little bit different. Yeah, I have the highlight set up so it's like slightly. Oh yeah, I have like a glow that happens like on the outside of the shadow and also the main one as well. So it gives it a very cartoony, metallic look, which I really like. So yeah, that's that. But then, of course, the best part is that it's all in one node group. So the way you actually change the colors of all this stuff is that you just change them out here. So I need a gray for the thing right here. So I can change the base color, the shadows, second shadow color, which I probably won't use, but I'll put it anyway. The image occlusion section for the extra darkness, and then the highlights, which I'll probably make a very slightly there maybe, and then rim light. So it's very make that pink still. I usually keep it pretty pink because the variation is nice. Well, I guess it is affecting that part a lot, so I'll actually make it very gray. Of course, it's just working for this area. So I think I should look at the reference again. What does it look like? It's just basic metal. I don't know. But the important part is that I can go here and I need to add the white for the basic stuff. So basically the way it works is that even though I have like the, obviously the white is using all this stuff, I can actually create a new material, call this the cape color. I'll apply it to the cape, obviously. And even though it's using the exact same functions as all the other white material, because the white material is like the most basic form of it, where it has no like special stuff set up for it, I can still change just the colors on this material. And even though it's all being plugged into the same like function, I can actually change here, like this is the shadow like sharpness right here. So even though they're different materials, since they're in the same node group, I can actually change the softness of the shadow for all materials that use this node group, like this. But even on the outside, I can still like change the color of this one material. So that's why I have a node group, and also the separate materials on the outside, separate colors on the outside. So yeah, that's one of the big benefits of it. Is really nice that way. So you do not want to create like a million different like giant things for it, giant like setups for it. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all of it. I have all the necessary color attributes out here, so you can see which ones you need if you ever need them. But yeah, you just basically go in there and change all the colors. Just want to make this a very kind of orange yellow, then make the shading very like reddish, that bright, but not that dark. I've adjusted things in time, so now it needs to be more yellow to balance out against that to look normal. The gold also needs to be the metal, not gold, because there's no gold. Also make it back her hat, so that I can actually put the cape material for her thing right here. So put it there and assign it there. Now that part is settled, and that'll be the same color as the cape to keep it consistent. And also this part needs to be metal. Zipper. And I can create. I still need to change the viewport display, but I'll create a new one here and call it purple for the purple sections, and then I'll just replace the hat's white with the purple. And then make it purple. This obviously needs to be a very muted purple. Also a kind of bluish purple like that. Good. That is good. I can make since it's a darker color, I can make the shadows darker. And it's going to be like bluish shadows, I guess. So that looks good. I'm also going to make the metal a little bit lighter. Shadows a bit more like deeper blue, I guess. Image occlusion. Highlights maybe a bit. I don't think they need to do that much brighter. You can pretty easily tell it's a highlight. So yeah, that's all of that. Now I need to get her. She has like a tan for the pants and then a brown for the shoes. Did I also not even... Oh, yeah, I did for the eyebrows. I mean the black. The hair. And purge all unused materials, which is nice. So I can do this and do that and make it pants, because the pants is the only part that uses this color. And then, well, actually, I'll probably use it for the thing there, so I'll make it tan. And then it'll be leather or like brown or whatever, doesn't matter. So this part will need to be brown. Oh, I forgot to separate it from the sclera material, so I can go back on that. Call that, separate that out, and then call this one white, like it used to be. Oh, white. And then this will be leather normal. It'll be like a darker brown. Dark red shading, probably be dark because it's leather. And then just make that kind of sink in with that. I'll probably won't use it. This will be extra dark. And then the highlights are not going to be really that important. So yeah, that'll be that. And then for the tan, I can put the tan here as well. Tan. I also need to put it on the soles as well, of course. It's be covered by the floor. So then I need to just make it tan. Yeah, like a yellowy tan. Yeah, that looks perfect. And then, of course, this is also another color theory kind of thing where it's like, you also know what colors to pick just based on your like experience as an artist. So if you're a 2D artist coming into this, then it's easier to do this stuff than if you're just coming out of nowhere. But you just need to learn. It's actually peeking out a little bit there. The tan is a little too yellowy. You can kind of fix that by making it more red. That looks decent. Do that for now. And of course the hair, oh yes, the hair tie as well. Tie will be the cape color, so cape. Did I not? I didn't give this one a. I didn't give this one an outline. Cape. Apply it. That thing. And then I need to give it a outline. And do the same copy to selected thing. Copy to selected. And of course it even has the thing labeled still, so it still shows that it's an outline material. So that's all that. I need to make this one orange, so this little button thing is going to be orange. So I just add a slot, give it cape, copy a cape, and call it orange. Or like button or whatever. And then click that with L, the sign, and then make it orange. It's the only orange in the body, I think. Like again. Now I think I can actually just get rid of the... I definitely hide the side material, side one. I can actually, I don't know if there's a way to split this in half, but I can just move it to the side. And then I just pull up to a slightly bit better opacity. So I can actually see the references in full. Actually put it on this side actually, that's why. Good idea. So it looks pretty on point. I think that I could make the skin a little bit yellower. Why is it not organized correctly? Whatever, doesn't matter. The skin is very slightly yellower. I think the cape color is a bit more orange. And then the button is like... I feel like that's pretty good. I could also change the shadow color for this to be not that. Because I didn't really do that for this one, but it really depends on what kind of effect you're going for, I guess. Let's try and do that with the non-skin colors that are... So the shadow color is yellow. Wait, I already did that. Base color, I could probably make this a little bit more... I feel like it's kind of on point with the design, I guess. Make it blue, like a purplish blue. What if I made the cape color a bit more? That's the base color. And it has a decent look, I guess. Change it in time. It's very easy to change. That's the beauty of it. I guess next is just being the irises. The hair is pretty much as I need it to be. Could make it so her hair is a lot more like saturated, so I could make the light color. Highlight color, room light. Yeah, the light side is right here. I can make the light side a bit more like saturated instead. So like there. So I can then also add this. Add the text group. The light side. Is it on white? Yes, it is. 0.2 for just a little bit. Kind of add a tiny little bit of color to the section of the hair. Probably too much, but let's go back on it. Also, you can see it applies based on the vertex. So, like if you apply to a vertex specifically, but then you apply it over here, it's not doing anything because it's not hitting a vertex. It's just, you paint the vertexes themselves. So yeah, you always want to go to wireframe all edges and then turn off outline to see exactly where the vertexes are. Vertices. So we'll make it so that area is not very... It's painting too much. So yeah, that'll be... Give it some little bit color on the ends of the hair. And then I could probably even make the dark side of the hair extra dark because I could use it to kind of be like a transition into the hat area to make it extra dark there. So I'll add a dark side up at the very top. See how that looks. I guess it's a little variety. Yeah, I can show what the model looks like without the subdivisions, definitely. It's very easy. Actually, I can do it right now. It's very easy. So if I go to here, simplify, it's maxed out, but if I go down to 0, this is what it looks like without the subdivisions. Not quite true like N64 style stuff, but it's close enough, I guess. I feel like you only want, like if you were doing a game or something, you probably only want 1 level subdivisions. But then, yeah, 2 and 3. I think the max is only at 2 for this file, so. What was I doing? The size of the hair. Definitely for the scalp I want to do, which I'll set it up. So, I also see here I even have a color attribute to show you to like a color outline. Like go here, go to color, do outline, and I paint this. You can see it's actually changing the color of the outline for that section. Which is also another thing I do in 2D, which I wanted to replicate in 3D. I don't think I'll use it here that much because I like the hard black outlines, but whatever, just to show it off. But yeah, I can also see that the material for the hair is actually kind of flattened out. So you kind of see how the curves give like an automatic, like easy sort of like texture for the hair like shader thingy. Does require like a texture and like the UVs to make it work normally. So since this part doesn't actually have that, let's actually just go here and just quickly unwrap it to see what happens. So you can see that the strands are actually going this way. Let's try and quickly just do some UV editing, some like sloppy UV editing to look like the hat get there. So if I twist this around, maybe also if I make it bigger, it'll make the scale bigger. If I twist it around like this, which I think I need to scale it up on one axis, like with the y-axis probably. Yeah, there. Now that makes it like that. I can turn it around to adjust the strand position. It doesn't need to be perfect, but now you can see it's kind of making the... Actually, now I think it needs to be flattened on this axis and stretch on the y-axis there. There we go. So now I can see that the strands of the material are kind of like going in with the thing. So just a tiny bit of UV editing to make it look a lot better. Now I was going to do the dark side for this part. Dark side. What's going to do? Let's see. Yeah, I got a second view just to show what's happening. And then paint on big white. So now there will be a much more shadowy area for where the hat is. Even bigger. You can even go in and, well, I guess probably going to use the AO for that. I have to paint some AO in a second. Because I probably should use AO for all this, but whatever. Works fine. So let's go in and make the dark side even darker. Now it's like black, so it's like furry. You can see what it looks like without it and with it. Just add some like extra depth to where the hat intersects with everything. Although it does kind of make it almost look too like detailed compared to the rest of like the style, but whatever. I think it looks good. Actually, I think I should do the irises because I know I'm going to do that, but it's going to be a fresh material. So, iris. I guess I probably could use the white material. I just kind of created one for nothing. So for the iris, I just have to apply it to the right section of the eye. It looks a little bit just bigger right now, but if I put it like right here and show you some iris texture, what I want to do instead is actually use a color attribute for the iris. So if I make one, I call it iris, or something like that. So I can plug it into the base color instead. Color attribute. Color. I don't know why it doesn't appear instantly. Color attribute. So take that, plug that in there, plug it in this part. So now it should be black again. Take a second to recalculate everything. But now I can actually paint. I can sort of paint the I want to like have like a shadow down there. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, that's actually pretty good already. So as you can see with the other eye that I showed earlier, like an hour ago, obviously, so I'm going to show it again. Go back to my stuff, parts, object, eye, lattice, and eye. Let's show what the other material is. I want to create this kind of a look where it has like the color at the bottom, then kind of fades into black at the top. That's obviously how I do it in 2D as well, because that's the theme of things. The way I did it with this was that I created like this gradient texture, kind of like mapping and UVs and stuff. But I don't really like, it's like really hard to get like used to, or not. I mean, it's easy to apply when I just use like highlight and I like this. But yeah, it doesn't really apply to everything. Like someone on my server had trouble applying this method to a flat like plain eye. So yeah, I'm gonna at least show off a way to replicate this with just one single little color attribute like that. So yeah, iris, I can delete the base color. Then I can go a color ramp, of course, because everything is a color ramp. And let it reload again. Just gotta stretch. Good time to stretch and rest my voice, of course. I didn't move. Whatever. So now you can choose how sharp you want these parts to be. So like I want the block to be very up there, and I want it to be like a very sharp edge, so I'll add another one in the middle there. Oh, it's gonna take a lot of loading, isn't it? What I should do is actually save me some time. Plug this right into the end, so it just applies that and nothing else. So yeah, that'll save me like a ton of rendering time. So I can just edit all this stuff really easily. I'm doing the wrong thing. I want this to be like a transitioned into like a blue, like a deep blue, maybe even a purpley. And then this part will be the main eye color, which will be a light blue. And let's make it a little bit more blue. So I can now edit these points to show off the transition point. I think I need to blur this a bit more to get the effect right. Yeah, I can see now it's spreading out a bit more, which is much better, much more useful for us, because we can make it sharper in here, not in that part. So yeah, now I can add a second part right here. They make this really sharp. Yep. So I can also even use B-spline to make it even sharper. And then that out, so now it's kind of like a sharp edge there and smooths out over there. So that's really nice. You can even like make it like transition from like a slightly less dark blue to there, so then go like dark blue here. So that's really nice. Then of course I need to add the shine. I'll need to add another material for. This will be easy. It's just get rid of this emission, plug it in, because I want it to be glowing all the time. So shine. Yep, it added it to the file. Get rid of it. The stuff I added there. So now I can actually. I think I can just. I turn off the. Well, first I also need to adjust all the viewport display stuff, but if I get rid of the. Well, it's already parented to the. I think this will work. I'll just try it. I'll just duplicate this part. Probably. Well, first of all, apply the shine material to it and shrink it down. So now it's just kind of like a floating circle in the eye. I'm going to delete all this. So it doesn't need this much geometry. I did it wrong somewhere, I think. Or is it uneven? Is this uneven? No, it is even. I just messed up. Just delete every other one. Yep, there we go. And dissolve edges, so it's less complicated. Then, first of all, I didn't even see that I. Wait, I just have a subdivision. It's at the top. So I just want to apply that so I can see it easier. Now I can actually need to solve these things as well. And dissolve the vertices. There we go. That's why it didn't change. So now I can move it down. I guess I'll probably do this in rendered view. Just move it wherever I need it. Let's make it very flush against the eye so it doesn't look any weird. Just clipping through a bit. A little bit more on the inside. Maybe a circle would be better. That is probably a circle, but it's being warped by the thing. Yeah, it's being warped, so it doesn't. You just manually edit it. That's where the shear comes in. It's a little bit better. Yep, there we go. Now when I actually copy this to the other eye, I guess I can do that now just to show it off. Because obviously you don't want the shine to be mirrored. You want it to be like, you know, the shine be on this side and then on that side as well. So if I toggle on the unused section again, I can actually select both of these, duplicate it. Of course, I should probably get rid of the eye mirror. That's just for like setting it up. Now with the second eye, which of course we'll call eye.r, and of course the eye lattice, just be nice. Eye lattice.r. So with just the eye lattice selected, I can actually go scale it on the. If I go, yeah, put that back there, like this, scale x -1. It's now on the other side. But now I need to go into the item section and actually reverse this rotation, putting a negative there. I actually did it wrong. Yeah. You're not supposed to scale it, you're supposed to just move it. Go back, put there. And so up here, this is the X location, so you can put this negative, now it's on the other side. And for here, you can have the rotation, so negative that. Now it's flipped again. And then for the actual eye itself, that's negative already, so you actually make it positive, and now it's flipped and normal. And that is stretched. That's probably going to be a weird, it's probably a weird thing. I didn't even realize what's going to happen. At least I can definitely edit it myself here. Hold on, this actually look, this mess up for some reason. I just stretch it, weird. I didn't even think that would happen. It doesn't happen when well, just because I made the eye lattice like tall. So maybe if I scale it down on the, so I need to make this all the same. Actually not that one. It's the, I need to make it 0.292. That's the wrong way. 0.247. Now does it look normal when it? I have to stretch a little bit. Huh. I guess this is a weird side effect of. I usually have the thing set up already, so I guess I don't remember what order I added the shine in. Whatever, I'll probably figure that out at some point. But I'll just delete that and mirror it again. That's how I'll do it eventually, but try to figure that out and see what happens. But yeah, for now, I'll just keep it like that. Maybe even put it a little farther apart like that. So I feel like it's probably gonna be something I forgot that I wanted to do. Oh yeah, the inside of the mouth. I think this looks fine, but would it look better with the Boolean? Oh yeah, I also need to do the colors for this, but I can do it pretty quickly. I have the viewport display thing up here, which I think you can just move them like this. Yeah, I can just move them around like this. So I have it up here, just click that eyedropper and then select that. So now it's already automatically synced up with the thing. Iris, why is that pure black? I don't know why it's pure black, but I'll make it blue. And then the black is black. Probably darker. Skin's already good. The cape can be like this. It's way too yellow. I don't know why it looks so yellow. And then orange will be orange. And then the metal needs to be not gold. And the tan needs to be tan. It's a different thing. It's way too like yellowy, sandy. There we go. That's better. It's like normal. Yeah. And then the leather will be leather. Get a little bit less saturated. So I think that's all of that. Yep. And I can see the back of the cape is a little bit shoddy. Well, let's tweak some stuff, of course, because you always have to tweak. Smooth it all out. There we go. A lot smoother. This part is going to be ugly, but who cares? And there's probably more, but I should force myself to stop. Move this like out a bit, because it can go forever. So next thing I think I need to do, maybe I can make the skin color a little bit more yellow like I put it. The hair would be a little more like that. It's probably unused again. I think that's, oh yeah, inside of the mouth, of course. I'll even show you my teeth and tongue, pre-made models. I'll commit to this, but I'll also probably try and quickly set up a Boolean mouth tomorrow anyway. So I'll also set up the 2D face tomorrow as well. So let's do this out. I think I need to figure out which one's top and bottom. That isn't going to scale right. It's kind of weird. Pitch black because of the outline. Turn off the outline modifier. And make it like a box because stylized character mouths are always like very not realistic, so just make it a box. And make it gets the same. I screwed it up. You can see that it's actually, this is the bottom lip going up to the top. I did it backwards. I think, can I scale Z -1? There we go. Now it's normal again. Now it's actually going in the right place. So I need to make it bigger. I just need to make it have a lot of room for the teeth. Make all the lines kind of smooth. Yeah, also this is definitely going to be the last thing I do for the stream, so no worries if you end up leaving for the last bit, because this is not as important. That's probably good, so I'll put it back a bit. And scale Y0, flatten it there. Make it just bigger to give it as much room as possible, and then just extrude into the back of the mouth. I'll have to fix the lips after this, but it's easy. And in the back, I'm just gonna do that. Of course, the back face culling is making this look weird, but I can see this well enough to assume where everything is gonna go. That is weird. Merge them like this. So that should be good. That's all you really need, because you're not going to see the back of the mouth anyway. Though I did actually apply a black material to the back, so I'll select all that and apply this. Actually, I didn't want to apply the black itself, the real black, not the outline black. So get all that, assign that, and then select all the rest of this. And then black. So the inside of the mouth is all black. Yeah, I am planning on releasing her once I'm done with this. But obviously after tomorrow, when I do the rigging, because I think it looks pretty good so far. It'll be nice to have the different like styles of mouth eventually that people can like reference for their own stuff. And fix the lips. Just need to make them. I can make the lips a little bit thicker overall. I probably need one more to create the full lips. Probably could make it a 5 sharpness. I just need to move them into each other. Looks pretty good. It's still pretty flat. It's definitely a lot of adjusting to do with the lips though, because I definitely think you need to like have them a little bit more in like this. Even like give her at least actual lips just a tiny bit. In a bit. Pinch this in a bit. I definitely hate how I really want to learn like normal smoothing, so I can like smooth out like a part like right here is where it's very wait, the screencast keys went off again. Well, it doesn't really matter because it's so close to the edge of the stream, but I really want to smooth out parts like exactly like this that are like not smooth enough. But I can kind of like or like chin out a bit to kind of like negate it a little bit. I don't really know why, like what is exactly causing that little bump in the shadow. Let's pull out the head a little bit more. Definitely when your character is so stylized, you want their face to be very flat. I think I saw like a thumbnail of one video that shows like Guilty Gear or something, like one of those really perfectly stylized games, 3D games that is. Like they actually even like cut like a giant hole in their face to like, so they don't even have like any like actual geometry to their face. It's all just like tricks. But this looks good, I think. I'm gonna move this down like a tiny bit. Look at that, just like sliding. Yes, I can assume that some people would have seen it already. I should actually watch it myself. I just seen the thumbnail, but I can assume what they're doing with it. I think that's good. I can actually do the. I really need to care about the inside too much. What I need to do is import the teeth and tongue. Even like the eyelashes are a little bit off or whatever. Teeth and it'll be. I think this is set up correctly. Yeah, it just has all of this stuff set up to it. So yeah, these are my teeth and tongue that I use for everything. Put it down closer to the thing. Yeah, I have it so the teeth material is actually kind of like fades into black in the background, as well as the tongue where it kind of fades into black. So it blends into the mouth really well. I'll try and show that off. But also it's like a weird case where the teeth might be a little too realistic for her, so I'll probably figure that out. Let's put it in. I guess I'll make it bigger than that. I'll have to test it somehow just to like show off the shading functions. And the shading was just a color attribute. I don't know if I mentioned that. So just pull her mouth down a bit. It's really weird. It's very weird. But I can at least see if I delete. I think I have a mask for. Yeah, I have a mask for the bottom thing. So I mean, it doesn't look that bad when it's like kind of not in the focus or everything, but you can kind of see how the tongue kind of fades into the black of the background of the mouth. So if I pull this over and show you what it looks like without it. AO, I think I need to skip over the AO part. So shadow gradient, skip over that part. Load. Is that not it? Looks normal still. Where is that part? Oh, it's probably the shadow part. Skip over that part. Because it's not even like AO, it's like just forced shadow no matter what. See, I can see it's way too bright in the back of the mouth. But then with it on, it's perfect. Yeah, that's that. I think for her teeth, I need to like go back. I guess I should have done a shape key for that. Hold on. Quickly do a shape key. Basis and then shape key 1 just to show so I can turn off the open mouth if I want to. This could be very sloppy, but it's just what I really need to see. It's like that one, like a meme maker mouth that looks like that. So if I just take all these teeth and then Alt-S scale them out, I think this will look, this will kind of fix the look of it looking too realistic. Let's scale it up and it kind of flattens out the teeth just a little bit. But I think I might need to, what if I did normal and individual origins and scale it on the, it would probably be Alt-S, can I Alt-S scale on the one side? I don't think so. I'm just gonna make the teeth a little bit, I guess I need to move, if I move this up a bit, and then move this down. I'll probably figure it out. I could also bring in the flat teeth just to show the, see if they look better, because it's look too bad from afar, but I'll bring in the flat teeth. Keep the flat. Kind of the same thing, but with, did I not even set up the shadow with this one? Teeth. I need to set up the other teeth. I probably need to set up the thing for that, but I'll add these in and see what it looks like. It'll probably look better, but I always feel like there could be, like, not like that terrible, I don't think. But yeah, I mean, it looks a little better. Any opinions from the chat? Which one's flat teeth or real teeth? I mean, this looks like what teeth look like, but is she too stylized for this kind of a teeth? Also, like, always like the anime kind of like upper teeth that always characters always have. Normal teeth, which also has the thing going for it, but I'm trying to be a little racist with this one. Just make it very flat. It's like it doesn't look terrible, but I can keep both in there anyway until I figure out something later. I do at least need to set up the shadow for the, I didn't even realize this version didn't have that. AO, flat teeth. This, what was called shadow? That was for the tongue, not the teeth. That's why. So yeah, I got 2 flat so far, so I'll probably go with flat. But I'll keep them both in just for the sake of it. AO. And then just paint. Did it not go through? Or wait, it's not going through AO. Add. Make it black, because it's going to be fading into the rest of the mouth. Did I needs to not be too much in the front. Should have this stuff set up for it. Oh, it still needs the mask. Otherwise, not simplifying it, but whatever. Should be good. Because you only really need, like, need to do it for the bottom teeth as well. Maybe make it good for the inside as well. It's always weird how it isn't on both the inside and outside, even though I feel like it shouldn't. It's always... whatever. It's supposed to be a button for that, but whatever. Let's put it like that. This. So this should look a lot better. I guess it wouldn't look that much better, but it will look better, but yeah. Probably even take this and close just a little bit. Okay, so pull the stuff back on. And Alt H, and then hide that. Yeah, I'll do that. So now if you look into her mouth, you can see, what is that? That's her eye, actually. That's gonna be weird. Like, see, what are the chances to get to see her from this exact angle? But yeah, that's good enough. Turn off the key. Yep, that should look good in the end. So I think we are completely done for this stage, the modeling stage at least. It's 5 hours and 30 minutes for this. That's taking a lot of shortcuts with the colors and the hand and stuff like that. So I guess I should just force myself to call it, and then yep, I guess I can see you all later. For I guess tomorrow I'm gonna do this exact same setup again, but I'm gonna do the rigging, and I'm gonna try and do the 2D eyes and also the Boolean mouth eye. Boolean mouth, not Boolean. I could do Boolean eyes as well. Actually, I was planning on doing Boolean eyes as well, but I'll probably only do Boolean mouth because I think the eyes turn out really well. So yeah, I'll set all that up tomorrow and do all the rigging and stuff, which I feel like shouldn't be that bad because I'm kind of used to it. But yeah, I guess nothing else more to really say. See you for that.